Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to On Our Politics. As usual, talk politics and policy. Don't take small, Abby. No, no, verse, now hustle. And a lot seems to be going on everywhere, from domestic here, I'm talking about American politics, still getting hit up. But I don't know, should I say the, the protest has already started, or the conversation before the protest has started? In the word of athletics, we said, at this point, I think we are headed to the quorum. From quorum, march to the action point, and here we go. So there's a lot of buzz, a lot of. I've never seen a protest like this before. In the sense that I mean, you don't give dates, as they say, but maybe it is a new way of actually telling your competitors, they come, you know what, get ready. But what I know in politics, some people go say, "Oh, this is life. This is life. This is not politics." We'll come to that. In politics, there are no coincidences. There are no conspiracy theories, and most importantly, there are no spontaneity. There's nothing spontaneous about politics. And before I say, "Oh, this is real. People are suffering. People they die." I know. Guess what? The politics that we talk about are being played by human, me and you. No be animal, no be ghost they play, and so now a woman will be victim. Now woman will be success. Now woman go. So that's life. Now jungle with it. But so set a background to today's conversation. We start by playing a guy I come to like so much, Peter Touching. Is we never read the book, go get it. It's called The End Time. We understand how we were now, and where we are possibly going to. Yeah, there's a lot of noise about this protest. I don't think there's at any point in history that idea of protest is being rigorously talked about before it even happened. There's a lot of hango. There's a lot of it never happened. So I don't understand. Even the most successful protest of in our recent history, which we're talking about the Kenya, we know. I mean, bringing home said even the answers, it was just right there in our face. Talking about the Arab Spring, the same thing. But I don't understand what's the idea and the philosophy behind this, giving ultimatum beforehand. And it seems to be generating a lot of hits before the town. And we'll see. Well, as far as I'm concerned, our campaign don't start. So this is 2027 and beyond. This is pure campaign. This is politician doing what they are knowing how to doing what they know how to do best. This is elite, being doing what they know how to do best too. As I said, the elite cycle is increasing, and if you can accommodate everyone at your own risk, you can criticize the current government is doing its best to do whatever it can. What I mean is doing its best, not for the people, because I'm standing on the philosophy or idea or however you want to frame it, or the Mama Echo, who's rightly coined it and phrased it and put it in a very understandable perspective, though anybody can understand the I am mighty, regardless of your level of awareness, your consciousness, your education, or you are a total layman, you understand the concept of the oppressed and the oppressor. That's what I'm standing on today. So when I'm saying Tinubu is doing well to experience, I'm talking about their own world. Our own world is totally overtaken by immiseration, poverty, and every other thing. But one will say no be today, right? So that's things I want us to look at today. What is the true definition of elites? How did these elite people work? Where did Showore connect into this? Where is MC Oluwamo role in this? Where is Dr. Dame's role on this? Where is my role? Where is your role in this so-called the elite? Where do you belong? Do you belong to the elite circle who want to just who are waiting? Because at this point, as far as I'm concerned, the people who are in the forefront of this conversation, it's not even no longer in protest, this conversation are two kinds of people. Those who are just eager and waiting patiently to get in, to get to come to when they get to their turn, right? They go wait me the turn. My bad. I think I'm speaking too fast. Those who are just waiting patiently, they know it's guaranteed that it's going to get to their turn. Either because friends lineage, family lineage, relative lineage, educational, whatever, they are so confident that if they wait, just wait more, wait 1 more minute, 1 more day, 1 more week, 1 more month, 1 more year, 1 more electoral cycle, a decade, it's going to get to my turn. Those ones who are the front of this conversation, a lot of them are saying no to the protest. They are saying, oh, blah, 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 blah. You know where they belong. You are paying attention to the words they use in pushing out their supporting whatever side they belong. Then we have those who are saying, you know what? No, we cannot wait longer. It's now or never. We are going to get it now. We now go accept us now or never. AKA Shori. Right? We have those people who also are in there who are giving a legitimate reason why they are what they are. But what I'm my own job here today is to tell the average poor man, average Nigerian, say, come, these two group of people don't care about you. They just want power. If you listen to the examples they are giving, points they are using to push their narrative, the kind of words they are using, it's clear that they don't really care about you. They just want to use you to get to the next level. There's nothing wrong with that, right? There's nothing wrong with that. My own anger here is that they say to whom much is given, much is expected. This group of people have been given so much, either by the virtue of their followership, by the virtue of their popularity, by the virtue of their finance, whatever. But in return, they give little. But they have the loudest mouths to want to lead these Amizide people to the front of this of the war, for the lack of words, to describe what is about to happen. Right? So the oppressed, the oppressor don't care about you. The one or be oppressor too don't care about you. That's why they don't want to invest their time, not even their money now. Shout out to Nnamdi Kanu. Invest their time to actually conscientize you, educate you. For instance, they have the loudest mouths to say, let's go, let's go, let's go. So at the end of the day, you'll be their shield. But anyway, make a note to set the precedence where I want the conversation to go. But let's listen to one or two people and see if we can make sense of today's conversation.
Can I make a comment about canceling culture?
Please go on.
Yeah, just historical parallels. In cruder times, canceling was accomplished by dueling and killing your competitors. And we have data on the number of duels, and we see a great increase in the frequency of duels before crisis in the 16th century, in the 19th century, and so on. So today, you don't get murdered, you just your reputation.
I love it. The last 15 years has seen an extraordinary amount of political instability in the West. Whether it's the rise of Donald Trump in the US or Brexit here in the UK, we have seen event after event which, frankly, nobody predicted. Today's guest is Peter Turchin. He's a historian, but he's also someone with a background in applied mathematics. And he thinks that the events we've seen in recent years are merely the leading edge of something far bigger. And he knows that because he can draw on 200 plus case studies of social breakdown, civil war, and revolution. So what we've seen in the last decade, 15 years, could that really be the beginning of something far bigger? Civil war in the United States, for instance. Huge questions, a huge book, and one hell of a guest. Peter Turchin, welcome to Downstream.
Thank you.
Big question to start with. Can you predict the future?
I don't think so. The future is essentially unpredictable, but what we can do, we can try to bring about a better future for us.
So you can't predict the future?
I don't think so.
but you can have a pretty good idea about what's going to happen. You talk about these broad patterns across time, and you can broadly foresee highly plausible outcomes. Is that a better way of putting it?
Okay, let me step back and tell you that we are working on building a science of history, which we call cliodynamics. And as part of that, we have built a large database of past societies sliding into a crisis and then emerging from it. And what we found in
Before you started complaining or get bored, like, oh, what is this? What is this man talking about? Just pay attention. I'm not a propagandist. I hate to just bring one shocking to Nano. I like to give background. So pay attention to the man and listen to who he is and where he's coming from. You can disagree or agree with him, but it's important that you know the person that is in center of the conversation. So that's why I always go back to the beginning of any video that I want to play to illustrate where we are coming from. Because it's easy for me to just bring where you talk about Nigeria or where you talk about what we are going to talk about today and just put it in your face. To me, that's just pushy propaganda. And I believe that people who have followed my platform don't have TikTok attention span. They have the time to sit down and digest it. That's what I believe. So that's what explains this first 2 minutes of this video.
In brief, is that the road to crisis seems to be quite channelized. It's like a valley with pretty vertical walls, and the ball has no place to roll but down. But then once you get to the crisis, you get to a cusp, and suddenly a whole suite of different avenues opens up to you. So when I made the prediction in 2010 about the United States experiencing crisis in 2010, we were still in that narrow valley, and the ball was still rolling there. And now we are where all suite of different opportunities opens up, and I know that this is a very difficult to predict, maybe even impossible. It may be impossible because our trajectory may depend on actions of pro-social groups and leaders that can either be successful or not. If they're successful, you follow a more positive route. If they are not, we can go all the way to collapse and complete disaster. So the whole future is open for us.
So this includes things, and we'll talk about this in a while, chaos theory, the unknowability of complex systems and whatnot. But what you're describing here right at the top is basically like when you go bowling, if you're not good at bowling, you have the sides up and your ball can't go out. But that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get a strike. So it's not inevitable where the ball's going out. But like you say, it's going to basically stay in the lane. This thing about crisis, however, and how we're on a trajectory potentially towards crisis in the West. I mean, in your book, you talk really about the United States. You touch upon other polities in the West. What are the trends that we see right now? Let's stick with the United States, which could mean that it's headed towards potentially things like civil war, revolution, state breakdown. What are the signs that mean that's at least plausible?
Yes. So one common feature of the road to crisis is the condition that we call elite overproduction. So let me explain that. Elite, who are the elites? This is the small proportion of the population who concentrate the social power in their hands. So think about the 1% in the United States, the Mandarin class in Imperial China, or military nobility in medieval England, for example. So the elites concentrate social power in their hands, and whether societies get into trouble or not, how dysfunctional or functional they are, depends primarily on how functional the elites are. The next question we want to ask is, why do elites become periodically dysfunctional? What we see in history, that even though we live in these really nice, complex societies which are capable of delivering high quality of life for all, right? Periodically, these systems break down. Inevitably, in the past, at least, hopefully not in the future, societies get into end times. So why? The elite overproduction is the problem. Because when you have too many people competing for too few elite positions, some competition is good, but excessive competition can be very destructive.
So can you give some examples?
Now, if you based on what he said, now if you look at our past election 2023, the amount of people that actually came out to contest for political position from presidency to the local government level. In my APC alone, there we get up to almost 20 people want to be president, right? Then you start breaking that, you will now understand what this man is trying to talk about. So is that what we are experiencing in Nigeria? We have too many elites, but few position for them, right? And again, if you look at the current happening, a lot of, it surprised me when I look at the amount of the traditional rulers that are coming out, a lot of graduates and everywhere. Is that what is happening? Is Bola Tinubu doing enough to accommodate his people? I'm talking about the elite class now. They also want to be the likes of Lawal Al-Mustafa, right? And co. So is it doing enough? Is that enough for those who want to get inside, who are outside today? Is the weight of those who are outside trying to get in, is it what we are feeling today? And that's why I said I'm standing on Mama Echo, the phrase that she coined, oppressed and the oppressor, right? Where the oppressor, where do we belong in this elite brouhaha that we are currently witnessing? But okay, let's continue.
Examples of elite overproduction which has led to a revolution or civil war.
Yes, let's take medieval England, if you would.
So, let me go to, sorry. Yeah.
There is then, industrial action. Or Italy, Italy, we
Yeah.
see massive walkout strikes in the late 1960s.
Yeah, but they were not lethal strikes. People didn't get killed. Like in the 1920s, for example, in the United States, there were strikes when dozens of people would get killed. In fact, there was a whole mini civil war in Virginia, in the mines of Virginia. So yes, I don't want to diminish it because there was definitely an outbreak of instability, of social instability at that time. But remember, again, let's take Italy, Brigate Rossi, right? They had quite a lot of support amongst the credentialed classes, but no support from the workers. So there was, in many ways, massive labor strikes, if they're not violent. Right, that's how a democracy and capitalist democracy should operate, because workers need to have power to express their, displeasure and get, better deals. Right. So again, I don't have the specific numbers for France or Italy. Right. That's why I take my comments with a grain of salt. But from what it looks like at the first blush, that the structural conditions for crisis were not there.
I think that's a really compelling argument. So what you're saying is what we have right now is widespread immiseration, the wealth pump, overproduction of elites, and what you see in the 1960s is this youth bulge. And under both conditions, you see political instability, but the former one of the immiseration and wealth pump seems more dangerous. Of course, North Africa in the 2010s, the late 2010s, has all of these things combined.
Exactly.
Which is what explains the Arab Spring.
Yeah, so Egypt is a great example. I have a colleague who studied it very carefully. So there you have numbers. First of all, they had a huge youth bulge. But on top of that, during the 1990s and early 2000, they quadrupled the number of college graduates. And there was no increase in the jobs for them to take. So the rural, uneducated youth supported the Muslim Brotherhood, But the primary moving force, the revolutionary troops, were those college graduates that had no jobs. They basically, the only option was for them to go back to the village and become, peon again. And so they went to Tahrir, and that's how Mubarak government fell.
So we have this, like I say, this intersection of all three of those. Are there any places elsewhere right now where you see something similar to North Africa then, in that period of elite overproduction, popular immiseration, and a youth bulge? Where else do we see these three things combined right now?
Well, in the United States, we had a smaller youth bulge because they tend to follow the generational things. But it sort of peaked during the late 2010s. So right now, it's declining.
Because millennials were a youth bulge to an extent, right?
Yeah, that's right. Because it's like a shadow reflection of the baby boomer generation. But in terms of future youth bulges, what is a positive development, in fact, is that birth rates have been collapsing, even in places where you would not think they would, like India, for example, Iran. All right, so there's still it's still happening in Black Africa, in Sub-Saharan Africa, and that's where we should see a lot of political dysfunction in the next. But that's of course easy prediction in many ways because
So somewhere like Nigeria has, I think, a median age of like 16.
That's right.
So this is basically like a highly likely place.
Bomb. It's a population bomb. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Now, you see the comparison between the Egypt, Arab Spring, and Nigeria that they make here. That of Egypt, it says something very clear. The administration of the poor people in the village, right? Those one will know get access to education and they are wallowing in poverty. Does that sound what we are experiencing in Nigeria? They use grammar to describe our own poverty, multidimensional, right? They know what multidimensional. Then it talked about the educated ones, those ones we don't graduate, we no get job, right? And then be the revolutionary soldiers, which is what we are seeing. Most of us will be social media warriors, those ones that are easily be mobilized in the cities who have access to education. They are there. But and now, why that of Arab Spring was successful, if you listen to Peter Toshi, I say those poor and miserable people in the village were able to gravitate towards the Muslim Brotherhood, because the Muslim Brotherhoods were there for them in terms of educating them, enlightening them, empowering them, everything. They were there. That's what the government failed to do for them. The Muslim Brotherhood took charge of that. That's what I've been saying, that to whom much is given, much is expected. What are these our so-called revolutionary leaders? These are our leaders. How much are they actually doing in making sure the so-called poor people in the village understand what is going on in terms of educating them, empowering them, trying to conscientize them, but most importantly, meet them halfway economically, right? That's what the Muslim Brotherhood did in Egypt. That's why they gravitated toward them. And eventually, when the government fell, they emerged the winner because the population, the poor people in the village were there. That's why they voted the Muslim Brotherhood into power. Even though they only lasted for like what? A couple of years, then they toppled them again. Why the educated ones were what? Organized. They were organized by these few elites who wants to get into the top, who wants to get into the system, right? Whether I agree with them or disagree with them, the likes of Showore, the likes of Wumi, every name that is out there right now, there are those people who are supposed to organize the educated and unemployed Nigerians everywhere. And that's where my own argument is. We are not being organized enough. So even if this government fell, as some of people are expecting, who is going to take over? Who is still going to come together? So at the end of the day, the elites are still in a better position as we speak today. That is why I question that idea of setting a date ahead before you carry out your revolutionary act. What you are necessarily telling them is that get out of town or be ready. And as we hear, a lot of them don't jackpot. Is that who, I mean, may so rest in peace. Talking about Senator Mba, who we enjoy yesterday, the guy don't join his ancestors in London in an hotel. So if to say we don't give them date ahead, It was the man would this be in town with no, but that's I don't want to sound conspiratorial, but what I'm trying to say here, given that date is questionable, right? What is the relationship between those who are in power now and those who wants to get in? Going by the way Peter Touchin is describing this. Now, make I bring another short video, then I'll bring Mr. James into the conversation.
To strategic order.
Ironically, these two people named na Peter. Peter Touchin and Peter Zen. So, yeah.
Hey everybody, Peter Zeihan coming to you from very snowy Colorado. Already 10 inches in and another 6 to go. I know what I'm doing tomorrow. Anywho, this is the latest in our post-American series, and today we're going to talk specifically about a country that a number of people have written in, and that is Nigeria. So what makes a Nigeria tick? This is a country that is a creation of the post-World War II strategic order and took a few pages from the post-Westphalian system of nation-states. In essence, what that means is it's a little bit like the settler societies of the United States, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, in that it's a polyglot group. Lots of different ethnic groups, each of which have a very clear homeland, but they've been lumped together into a single political authority. Now, in a lot of places where some version like this happened because of colonialism, and you can make that argument for Nigeria as well, it has gone very, very badly, with lots and lots of civil wars, and Nigeria is no exception. They had the Biafran War shortly after independence in the 60s, and it was one of the most disastrous wars that we've seen on the African continent. But in its aftermath, things went an unexpected direction. Instead of the victors trying to wipe out the Biafrans, they were included into a transition into democracy. And while it's not something that we would recognize in the United States as democratic, what they do is they rotate the presidency among the various ethnic groups in the other regions. And then within each of those regions, there's actually competition within the ruling party to decide who is going to be the candidate. So as a rule, and I'm vastly oversimplifying a very messy situation here, as a rule, the president is selected at the primary level, basically. And while this doesn't necessarily generate the most creative or competent leadership, it has kept the peace and has kept Nigeria in one piece as well. Which is more than you can say for a lot of the other post-colonial countries. I'm thinking Congo here, Angola, both have either been war-racked or chaotic or both. Now, the con of this strategy is if you are of an ethnic group that doesn't hold the presidency at a time, you have to basically be paid to not protest or riot or launch a war. And that's where the oil comes in. Nigeria is the continent's largest oil producer.
Now, let's take a pause there, right? So, how many group of interest have been paid off already not to make trouble? At the beginning of this administration, I don't know whether they pay attention because I don't know how long we stay for Chicago. When I follow Obi and Tinubu go Chicago, I think about 18 billion was awarded to the military industrial complex, given to the military already. Our brothers and sisters that went to Hajj, 19 billion, boom. This is all paying off for if you going by this description. What do they call them? Ministry of Livestock. They don't say, "Oh, I'm not gonna take una calm down," right? As there's a rumor flying. I don't know about that fact or not true yet. Southeast Development Commission has been also given their own. So you see how things they work. So I'm bringing all this to our attention so you pay attention to the characters that you are following, which interest they represent, what is their own personal interest. As I said, they all want power. There's nothing wrong with that, but what is the in for you? The title of today's conversation: do not die in their protest. Daily Power to me say, do not die in their war, right? We are all speaking the same language here now. So I'm still standing on what Mama Echu make us to realize, which is the oppressor and the oppressor. You, where do you belong? What's your interest? Just to understand what is going on, how your country is being run by the elite cycle that we have, right? You also understand why that go there they cry. The rich also cry, right? Has nothing to do with me and you, but hopefully we'll begin to sink in as time goes on with all the conversation that is going on regarding what I don't know what they happen, which is the protest or what will happen. We will see. So how many people have they paid off? Right? Who is still out there trying to say, come, you never pay me, right? The royal fathers were assembled a couple of days, maybe hours ago, right? What is in that package? So all the appointments, just pay attention. So is Bola Tinubu doing enough, right? Or the people who are in the front of this protest, they see that they are torn about each other. What is going on here, right? Let's continue.
And most folks say that if civil unrest could be tamped down, a degree of confidence could be injected into the system, well, then they could probably be producing 5-6 million barrels a day without too much of a challenge. And instead, it's been pretty much less than 3 for the last 20, 30 years. Basically, whoever sits in the big chair directs where the oil funds go. He takes a cut of it himself. It's always a he. And the rest is used to buy off the other minorities to limit their willingness to cause chaos.
Does this explain what is going on to Dangote? Whoever sit in the big chair, direct where the oil flows, and he take cost for himself. Is Dangote be say, hey, Oga, Alpha, oh, say come. So what is going on here? This is a very clear and simple explanation, right? Whoever sits on that big chair is the God. Direct where the oil goes. And I keep saying it. Every Tom, Dick, and Harry today on the streets of Nigeria, high and mighty, they are all inch on that oil. And that's small. That's small because the larger part is Zoom is going out. They pay every community to make sure we know. Yeah, I know I said to my community, the click, say, "Baby, calm down." And they calm down. All right, we'll see. I'm trying to explain the chaos that is already going on right now because I don't know why you would give your opponent, your enemy, Obasanjo talk and say our democracy, one of the weakest things is that we are following the Western, way. Because in the Western ideology, there's nothing like enemy. Your competitor is not your enemy. But Obasanjo say, hey, back home, when they say this person are your opponent, it's to finish you. Right? So what's going on here?
Which of course encourages some of the more militant-minded.
So when you give dates, what is that about? Are you with the Amizrael people? Because I know you're in the middle. You're trying to go up. You ain't trying to come down. It's okay. So that's how life is, right? So are you with the people or are you with them but trying to sacrifice these people for your own selfish interest? You can use the people, but sacrificing them is where I will lock horns.
Of those groups to deliberately cause chaos in order to get a better cash settlement. And under the globalized...
Is that what is happening? Do we have some group of individuals, a group of political parties, a group of cabal, as Aisha Buhari put it, or group of krikaka, as Ndume put it, who are trying to kill so that they can get paid? Because I said it before, all this na campaign. Because as I hear from where one corner say, Showore is asking the federal government, Wike, and every other person to prepare Eagle Square, so that they can't campaign, they can't protest. Because when you gather people like that, what happened? They will make some classical, emotional-driven speeches. But guess who will come and take advantage of that gathering too? The Jagagban themselves. That's where I'm kind of like, who? All right.
Order, this has not been a hugely successful system from an economic point of view because it means that people actually have a vested interest in attacking the oil patrimony in order to get a slice of the oil patrimony.
Saying exactly and that means what is happening today. And therefore, some people to come and be saying, "Oh, we want to protest. We are asking for electricity. We are asking for salary. We are asking for..." That's bullcrap. That's bullcrap. Now, on estimation, this system that is being on motion right now is 25 years strong. And any agitation, any protest that doesn't aim at destroying that structure, you are just playing to the gallery.
That the oil patrimony has probably been about 1/3 to 1/4 as large as it actually should have been under normal circumstances. But hey, that's what happens with a political system like this. Now, That's under the globalized order where no one interferes in other people's affairs.
Now, hey, Mr. James, welcome. Going by the two videos I just played from the two Peters, mirroring exactly what is happening right now. But what is going to happen is where we are starting to discuss about. Mr. James,
You mean what is
morning.
going to morning? You mean what is going to happen?
Oh yeah, what's your take? I mean, if you listen to both the what we are going to talk about today, and I mean, what's your observation so far from days of rage and the targets, or
Yeah, the days of
from what
rage.
this means,
I'm
and from the
waiting.
two presentation?
I'm waiting for the 1st of August. From the look of things, there's going to be a showdown, and it could lead to a military takeover. I'm not saying it will. It could. It's capable of leading to a military takeover because both sides are not bulging. One thing I noticed is that for the first time since Buhari's administration till now, the government of Nigeria is frightened. They are frightened.
Mr. James, when you say both sides, who are the both sides?
When I say both sides, I mean those who want to protest. That's one side.
Okay.
The government of Bola Tinubu is the other side. That's what I mean. They are both prepared to show down. I've been listening to video clips on YouTube, listening to both sides. The government side hasn't got a solution to the problem from what they are saying. They are just talking grammar, beating about the bush, while the other side, they seem to have some clear-cut complaints, like hardship in the land. Nobody is disputing that, and hopelessness in general, which is instigating them to do or to do what they are doing now. But the federal government, they are in disarray because up till now they are telling us they don't know the people behind the operation. Whereas Showore appeared on TV. I saw I saw Showore online outlining
Yeah,
the
sure,
plan.
it's everywhere. Yeah.
It may be clear that he's planning something, but the government has not acknowledged that Showore is planning something. That's
Why do you think that is?
Yeah, the reason is just because they are confused. They are telling us,
No.
excuse me, no, let me tell you something. They are telling us they don't know who is planning it, but they know that some people are planning to cause mayhem. How were they able to know the people who were planning to cause mayhem? How did they know in the first place that they are planning to cause mayhem? And who are these people? Now, it is an offense in Nigeria for anybody to cause public disorder. Those people who are planning mayhem, why have they not been arrested?
No, Mr. James, as you rightly said, Showore is everywhere. It's not just the internet. It's on national television. It's on national radio. Up till yesterday, saying he's the one. So the government, it's not that they don't know. It's not that they are confused. They are deliberately not acknowledging that. And as far as I'm concerned, there's a reason for that. It's not. This is not a government that just look away.
If they are not confused,
looking away.
Excuse me, if they are not confused, by now they would have been arresting members of Showore's political party.
No, that's not how that's not how Tinubu operates.
Wait, excuse me. Oh, well, be it Tinubu or whatever it is, the federal government I'm dealing with. Now, when Showore declared revolution now, they swept the whole of them into prison. They let them. Now, these are people who are saying they want to hold the country to a standstill. On the 1st of August, they gave you a clear-cut date. If you know them, why are you not arresting them? It means that the government is, they are confused.
Or they are working with the government. Or the organizers are working with the government.
No.
Because you said there's a clear, you make two different claims between two different governments. Buhari's federal government and Tinubu federal government. Tinubu does not operate like that. So that's not how he operates. Tinubu is more, he will try to play as if he's democratic, he's people, that's how he works, right? And Buhari, of course, a military guy, so he doesn't have patience to know, no. Tinubu will sit down and say, okay, what can I get out of this momentum? And trust me, there's so much to gain out of this. That's why I'm saying that there's an agreement between these two group of people.
No,
But
if
there's no way. Go ahead.
If the two groups are serious, as I want to believe, the federal government is serious, the demonstrators are also serious. The two seriousness certainly will lead to a clash during the demonstration, and a military takeover is a clear-cut possibility. And the people of Nigeria will not rise up against the military takeover because they've had more than enough. This is what I'm not saying the military will come, but the possibility is there that if the situation gets out of control, if they are marching force with force, the nation cannot remain in such a confused state. The military will surely step in.
Yeah. Okay. What I'm saying so far, the people, the genuine people who are misrated, who really want change, are being infiltrated by politicians, those who want to join the group, who want to join the next level, and that's what we are happening here. The military has been taken care of already, but anything is possible. This is politics. Later on.
No, excuse me. What is his name? Jude Okocha said that Sowore is not in the country presently. Yes, I'm aware he's not around. But if he is causing mayhem, going by the cordial relationship between Nigeria and the United States, they can set the process in motion for him to be brought back. The U.S. has got vested interest in Bola Tinubu's government. Why are they not doing it? You see, these guys are frightened.
He's working with them. Yeah, that's the only way.
These guys are frightened. They are frightened. Take it or leave it. The federal government, if not for this, this impending demonstration, will you ever imagine the federal government calling traditional rulers, church leaders, and everybody holding meetings? People have been crying. People have been crying. We are dying. They showed no interest.
But the people's voice have been truncated. That's my worry. The people's voice have been truncated. What the invited of the military campaign? They don't say to them now. You don't see when they came out, they said, "All of them are smiling." They say, "Oh, people should calm down," and all that. So all these are just.
It might not be campaign. Look, this is what people do in a country that eventually slide into civil war. When the Wahala started in 1966 or so, I was a small boy, but I still remember clearly what happened.
Mr. James, that this thing was regional.
Excuse me.
Now this is okay.
That war was not regional, it was a national war. This was how the country slided into anarchy. They handled it carelessly. And this is what these guys are doing. You get the point? So we should get ready for anything possible. But what's really surprising me is they have their reasons for giving the federal government a clear-cut date. Because I cannot imagine, they have their reason. I don't know what the reason is. I'm neither for them nor against them. Because of the, anyway, let's see how it will turn out.
Later on. Later on. Sowore is clearly after the obedience. He wants his people, he wants his followership back. And this is the best way to do it, which is
revolution now. I don't join.
So I mean, no. On a more serious note, right? I mean, this is my own reading. That's from as far as I'm concerned. This is the realignment. It needs his boys back. But that political play aside, the people's voice, as far as I'm concerned, the genuine cry of the people, the willingness for the people to say, you know what, we will die here today, as far as I'm concerned, has been diluted or has been hijacked. Am I right?
I think the simple idea of setting a protest date 1 month before the protest is a very laughable thing. And it opens up the space to
I'm sure it's
leave your baby alone and tell your baby when you go to the other room, or when you come up for the other room, so that you can be fully here. Later. All right. Maybe nice network.
Yeah, it should be network. Anyway, the issue is there's going to be showdown on that day because both sides are spitting fire. You need to hear them on YouTube. Both sides are spitting fire.
Yeah, but Mr. James, this is another thing I observed. This other side, okay, I use Showore as a point of contact to the other side. What troubles me is when they are making a point to support why they want to protest, they will be using example like, oh, the president Bola Tinubu was a protester. He protested. That don't sit well with me, because Bola Tinubu protest was very focused. The man want power. He wants his political power to be. So is that what you people want?
No, excuse me.
That's what you want.
Let me finish. It's not me. It's not me wanting it. Even if it is protesters you are talking about, the fact that Bola Tinubu used a particular tactic to get to the presidency does not mean that the other party should follow the same route.
No, my question. Look, Mr. James, this is not me saying it. This is what they are saying.
They want to do things differently. They want to do things differently.
Mr. James, listen to my question. It's a question I'm asking. I am not the one saying it. This is what they are saying. Showore said, every one of them say, using Bola Tinubu as an example. Why will you use somebody whose whole aim is power that he wants as an example? You are telling me that's exactly what you want.
No, they never said so.
I'm telling you, Mr. James, this is not me speaking. This is Showore speaking. Showore will say, oh, Bola Tinubu was on the street, marching, protesting. He is a protester. And part of tell me we see the same thing. I said, everyone of them said the same thing. I'm using Bola Tinubu as an example, which is a fact. But I am saying that Bola Tinubu did not hide it. Bola Tinubu want power. It's valid to show. So is that what they want? If that's what they want, there's nothing wrong with that either. But they should come out and make it clear. Don't use the people administration as a scapegoat, as a punching bag, as a station to go there. That's what I'm saying.
The issue is this. They are saying that's Bola Tinubu's side. They are saying that the boys, they have the right to protest. But
no, I'm talking about the other side. If the Bola Tinubu side, they can do whatever they want is expected. Now then I'm talking about those who are representing the people. The so-called we are fighting for the poor. Why are they using Bola Tinubu as an example for what they are doing?
Bola Tinubu want to open fire on them. So they reminded him that this is what you did. You get the point?
No.
This is a revolutionary movement in the offing. Bola Tinubu was not a revolutionary. Their sole aim is to cause a revolution in the country. Bola Tinubu's aim was never to cause a revolution. So they are not the same.
Is that what you are saying from the Showore-led movement? They want to cause a revolution?
Showore is a revolutionist to the core. Since his days at the University of Lagos,
yes,
he's a revolutionist. Bola Tinubu is a reactionary. So these two people are not the same. They are telling him that what we are doing now...
Exactly. You are making my point, Mr. James. They are two different people, but why is one using one as an example? This is what you did. This is what you did to get to power. Exactly. So is it not? That's exactly. So is it power that Showore wants?
Excuse me. No, Showore never said we need of power. He has never said it. Bola Tinubu.
Are you using Bola Tinubu as your idol to find an example?
Excuse me. Did Bola Tinubu at any time in the past made it clear that he wants to become president during his youthful days?
Well, I didn't pay attention. I didn't pay attention. No, see, Mr. J, I am not saying I'm with you. They are two different people. But why is the only example that you can cite? EndSARS is a clear example to use. There are so many examples to use, but why keep using Bola Tinubu? Oh, he was a protester. Oh, it was this, it was this. Of course.
They are reminding him that while you were protesting, Jonathan Goodluck did not roll out the military. Why are you oiling your guns? Excuse me, in the first place, let me ask you a question.
I agree. I'm with you.
Has anybody come out to tell you that we are going to destroy the country?
No, but Mr. James.
Excuse me, wait. They are telling you security agents said this and that. The security agents are lying. If you know of anybody who wants to destroy the country, arrest him and take him to court.
Mr. James. So, Mr. James, if you are using Bola Tinubu as an example, you are actually giving them right of validating their own example or their claim of, yes, these people want to take over power.
No.
So that's what the conversation is.
No.
If you are used, because Bola Tinubu, they want to take power, as you clearly put it, Glo Jonathan will understand that. So
No.
if you are using Bola Tinubu as an example, what they did, they are also saying, guess what? The present government then, they were accusing them on the student that they want to take over, but they want to truncate their power. So that means you are validating what they are claiming. If you are saying what Sowore is doing is right by using Bola Tinubu's struggle as an example.
You can use the same method to achieve different goals. Let me cite an example. In 1966, 67 or so, we fought a civil war. We fought that war in order to in order to keep the country united. To keep the country united. In Liberia, they also fought a war, not to keep the country united, but to correct the injustices the American Liberians introduced into the system. These two countries use civil wars to solve two different problems. So it does not mean that if Sowore is taking to demonstration.
No. It's not two different problems. It's one problem. It's one problem, right? The disunity that those people fight for in the 60s, it was because it's causing a large ambition for some part group of people. But my concern here, Mr. Jane, right? If you are saying, okay, Sowore mission, yes, he wants to use protest to achieve other than wanting power. What is that thing that he wants to achieve with his own protest? He didn't make it clear.
Please get something clear. I'm not a member of the organizing committee.
No, I know. We have been. I know.
For me, I've lost confidence in the country. What I want is a post-Nigerian republics. That's my aspiration. I mean, that's my interest. Now, as a Sowore, this question you put to me, you have to ask members of this group. What exactly is your goal? Do you want to become president? If the answer is yes, why not go and eat and drink with Bola Tinubu and his guys? When you get to your turn in future, you become president. But from the language this boy has been speaking since his days at the University of Lagos, I don't see him as somebody who regard the presidency as a do or die. Although some people will say that if your goal is not presidency, why are you the only presidential candidate of your political party? Why not give the chance to another person? Some people might ask him that question. But these are questions he will answer, not me. Because our politicians, especially in Africa, they've told us quite a lot of stories. When they are cornered, they tell you a different story altogether. They try to justify what they they are very complex people. So I cannot speak for Sowore. I cannot speak for him. You see Peter Obi, for example, with all the hula baloo moving up and down, obedient movement, disobedient movement, what has become of all these things? At the end of the day, the same ruling class, they were eating and drinking together. He refused to take to court. They are now lying against him that is the one instigating the revolution. You see how morally bankrupt.
No, that's what I said. When you were my anger with that they fail to understand the kind of government they are dealing with. Bola Tinubu live for this kind of this. That is what they live for. We're just feeding them red meat on daily basis. Anyway,
look, in other African countries, strong men have been pulled down, kicked out of power. No matter, can Bola Tinubu be as strong as Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana? The answer is no. But he was flushed out of power.
Mr. James, I think what you are failing to admit is that our Nigerian elite, north, south, west, and east, they are one. There's no fight between them. That's not what you feel about. Unlike in the 60s. It is no longer like that. Dangote and Tinubu and Obi at the same table.
Excuse me, in the 60s, politicians of the 60s and politicians of today, they are the same thing. It is the same class of people mismanaging the country since 1960. They are not different.
The dynamics then, they are fighting to come to the center. But today they are all now in the center. That's the difference. Nobody's fighting. No, you're not. Who is Tinubu fighting for? Is he fighting for any region? No. Nobody is fighting for anything. They are fighting for themselves because they are all successfully accommodating themselves in the center. It's just that accommodation it will soon explode. So in the 60s, Awolowo was saying, you know what? I can make this country better if I come to the center. The same thing with the guy from the north, the same thing with the guy from the east. The struggle is to come to the center and expand their ideology. But today, there's no ideology. All of them, one way or the other, they don't accommodate themselves for that center. On all year, they are sitting on it. That's the difference of that time and today. So if you say Bola Tinubu will not succeed, that means he's greedy. But as far as I'm concerned, Bola Tinubu is not greedy. It's not greedy. He will share just to stay in power. That's the difference. It's not greedy. He will just share. Because that's what they are pitching it for. Share. That's it. They are not saying leave. They are saying share, my guy. We don't say that 4 years we get it here. Share now. You understand? If they say be patient, it goes through the patient. That's what is going on. And that's my problem here. It's not that if you say we see people from the north now bringing their own war machine, their own billions, not made from the center. The people from the east bringing their own war machine, their own billions that is not acquired from the center. The people from the west. Then I say, okay, these people are, but no, all of them are coming to say that because they are already full there, and they success. They can now how to accommodate themselves now and discussing this problem. That's what those two videos in Indonesia explain. The overproduction of what elites. Just look at how many people want to become president, become governor, become councillor. So that's the tension. So how is Bola Tinubu navigating these people is what is causing the problem. So as far as I'm concerned, come that day or whatever the protest, they could see come together, make some speeches, settle themselves, and we all come back to square one again. Everybody don't burn steam. Then they realign ahead 2027. Anyway, Paul, Uptown.
Okay, go to Mr. Paul. Go to Mr. Paul if Uptown.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Mr. Uptown.
Good evening. It's evening here, so good day.
Don't discharge your babe. You don't discharge your babe. Make you go shop price. Give her money, make you go shop price.
Abi Deji and Show, they say stock up, go stock up. There'll be days of rage.
No,
2 weeks.
Hold on. I like what you talk now. They say go stock up, but in the complaint say government they share billions. So how you want to go stock up if you don't collect the billions? You see what I'm saying? You are asking a poor man when don't get money, say make you go stock up, make you go shop food. Where you won't get the money for? If you know the money where you go collect from government. Now you are complaining that the government is sharing money to people. Make it make sense to me, these people. What is wrong with this wannabe leaders? Go ahead, Paul. Sorry.
Are you talking about the cash activists?
Deji, I don't know what he's I don't listen to that. For him now, it's making a lot of sense. I'm like, you guys, just shut the fuck up. You know what you are saying. Anyway.
Well, the energy of the youth is largely in the obedient movement.
So, but what is the sorry, my question? What is Obi and the movement doing in times like this? Let us in what is going on
in this protest. Let me tell you the truth. Let me tell you the truth. This protest is not a making of the obedient movement. And there's obedience, a large number of obedience. We are literally, because we don't give a name, before 2022, now, not be Nigeria youth with the column. But now they seem to have a name. Yeah, so, but these guys, largely, there's no time you will, in Nigeria, call for a protest or anything anti-establishment, a majority of Nigerian youth will not automatically be in support. But did he emerge from obedient movement? If he did, I will know. By now, the contributions would have been pouring in, the donations, the spaces would have been holding.
Okay, so there's
it's not happening.
I never joined the management even up to today. Or do you guys have any intention to join?
We are just retweeting, we are watching as things unfold. We retweet, we put fire. hope that it works, you know. But it's not emanating. But largely, I don't think any young person will see a tweet promoting anti-establishment protest and they wouldn't be part of
No,
it.
no,
But
no.
it
This
didn't
is
emanate
the
from
hot
us.
tweet now. Are you guys going to be actively on ground
Behind
on
the
that day?
on barricade, I
On
have
the
said it before. I won't. Uptown will not be there, and it's largely because I'm almost like a stranger to the protests, and that's me being very honest. First of all, it was just like 2 days ago that I was asking for what the demands are. I was like, okay, so, and I also of the opinion that bad governance was too generic, was too broad for protest. So some of these things that we are still on the question mark space for me, I cannot really back fully things I don't understand. Like when we started NSAS, there was a goal. There was something called SARS. We needed it to end. You get what I'm saying? We were there outside there. I hope, luckily for me, Lekki Toll Gate was just a trackable distance from my home. So I was always present. We knew exactly what we wanted to achieve in that space. You get what I'm saying? But telling me to come out and do end bad governance. What is bad governance? First of all, I mean, a lot of people have different definitions for what they feel bad governance is. And according to what I've checked, most of those rhetorics came out from the Sowore side. And Sowore, I will naturally imagine that he should be a little bit more smarter than to settle for an end bad governance. Or even worse off, the one he's also promoting, which is Days of Rage. You know, I think Days of Rage will not give government 1 month notice to happen. Days of Rage will happen. People are gonna wake up. Government's gonna wake up one day and the streets is on rage. You know, they won't give a government enough ample time to gather traditional rulers, gather pastors, bishops, share money. You know, Friday, I'm sure a lot of my northern friends told me what was discussed in the mosque. You know, anti-protest preachings and all that. People that even ran propaganda with, this is sponsored by IPOB to declare Biafra. You know, people were trying to play into the sentiment of people just to get them to extinguish the protest thing. And I'm sure this Sunday, a lot of religious leaders will also go to their churches. You know, I mean, they just left Abuja a couple of days ago. There's a clear mandate, you know. So I don't think a Days of Rage protest will give a government, as such as a Bola Tinubu government, a core diehard politician, 1 month notice to rage, you know. But then, on the grey side, considering the situation today, and for the fact that, you know, people thought earlier why the protest didn't really get so much traction at the early stages was because people like Bayo Nonoga and the rest actually thought it was an obedient thing, yeah? So they were still saying, they're just nursing the wound of the victory, they are lost, so these obedient noisemakers. But by the time information started filtering into Aso Rock, that the heat is more in the north. Northern youths are printing t-shirts, you know, and doing a lot of things. That's when they woke up. They were like, oh, this is not this is not obedience. This is actually from a more serious quarter. And Sowore is like the media, the one handling the media space for the protest sentiment. But again, I think this particular protest it's not centralized. So it's not like NSAS. We knew the root of the NSAS. We knew the engine of the NSAS from Lagos. And we knew I can name at least 50 people that I can put at the heart of it. But this one is like a convergence of already piling up sentiments across the country. So there is a lot of hunger in the north. Like sentiment of, hey, enough is like you are pushing us to the wall, yeah? Remember that the Sultan came out some months ago, about 3-4 months ago, made a statement and told the federal government that they, traditional rulers, and the imams had been the one holding their people back from flooding the streets.
Now the same Sultan and his gang were left Asu Rock a couple of hours ago, smiling.
Exactly now, because smiling to yes, I don't want to say smiling to them. I was not here.
They were smiling. We thought that was great. They were all smiling at the
They just talked about sharing money. I'm not part of it. I don't know where it happened, but I know a lot of people seemed very happy. You know,
I know where my uncle collect money. I know how they do. Those are my uncles. I know.
It's just as happy as Ajero was feeling when he came out from the emergency 70K minimum wage meeting.
You know, you see?
And it's almost like if I want to get some money now, I'll just put together both me, you, and maybe 7 others. We call ourselves Alliance for Youth Democracy, whatever. We'll go collect our money and do press conference that we are backing out of a protest we were never part of. You know?
I'm also putting them together about October 2nd like this. Because I will declare my Diaspora Hustlers Association. With the Diaspora Hustlers, we are
pulling out of protest.
You understand?
Do you know why I'm laughing? Do you know why I'm largely laughing at this government here? This is a government that wants to build a $1 trillion economy. And you guys are doing 90% politics, 10% governance. And I'm just laughing at them. And another reason why I'm laughing is because I know that protests can never change the guy that is there.
That's what he wants.
So it can never change the guy that is there. You know? So for me, I'm almost like an onlooker.
To come and address Nigerians, Abi.
I'm just like an onlooker, yeah? My own is that when you guys are done ventilating, I'll definitely be there. I'll be making the tweets on that day. If you guys are no APC, the bigot wing, you know, they have assigned that bigot wing and the leadership there is by Ononuga. People are saying this is Igbo protest. Igbos are trying to burn down Lagos, take over Southwest. We know their wing in APC. They will be firing. We will be countering, debunking them. The other wing by the other side.
Before I go to Paul, let me bring the other side of this. What I see that's happening here to you. Because when I listen to the likes of Falana, I listen to the likes of Fatu Tomi, you know, you can grasp that there's a grand scheme going on to form a mega party by Fatu Tomi or a socialist party, as Falana would put it. And you cannot take Obi out of this whole scheme, even though you can successfully take him out of the protest or whatever. But it's an pattern. I think whatever that is going on, you cannot kill him because he is the darling of any other group that we match, politically speaking now. He will be the favorite first. They will consider him the president or any other person. So what can we know about what do you know about the underground grand scheme? Are we going to see a passion of those people come out and give us a very genuine, heartwarming speech or firing speech in this at the course of this protest?
In the protest?
Yeah, so that they will not see their faces.
Professor Prof has already said that if they invite him, he's going to come. And I'm sure by now, I'm sure by now they must have sent invites to him. You know, there are a couple of civil society groups that are in on this, a couple of coalitions and all that.
You agree that there's the party formation going on. Is it going to come under PDP? And now, don't get me wrong, or is there going to be a brand, you know, what is the plan?
No, as for the Labour Party,
yes, is it outside Articles Reach, or is it, I mean, what is it, this is the PDP trying to expand its wing?
But wouldn't it will be funny that anybody is planning any mega thing not involve an Atiku and Peter Obi, who has the majority of the opposition space in Nigeria. That's number one. And number two, when I say I know anything specific about the whatever mega they're forming, no, I don't. Apparently, it has nothing to do with this protest as well. You get what I'm saying? But largely on this protest, Obi, it's either it's largely successful or largely unsuccessful. So it's either.
What will you consider success? What would you say successful?
Success is what Showore wants. Success is people tearing down government house, looking for senators, house of rep member. But that's what Showore wants now. That's days of rage now. That's
I tell you, I'm more serious than him.
no. See, okay. The truth is that people that really want this protest to happen is not interested in the normal barricade thing. They want an anti-establishment revolution where politicians will be running out of their states. They'll be blocking them in the airports. Presidents will jet out. That's what they want. So they want something that will be significant. Nobody just wants any other protest, just like the regular ones, like that never makes any impact. You get what I'm saying? That's why I say that it either goes like that, and for it to go like that, it has to happen in the north. It cannot start from the south. So if it starts like that in the north, definitely the south will key in. But if the leaders happen to go back now, as they have been instructed, I'm assuming, and they're able to extinguish the fire in the north, then they have already increased the probability of that protest failing by 90%. But if they are not able to, if that protest happens, they don't really have the antecedent of peaceful protest. They just, for them, it's either they are not doing zanga or they are doing zanga. So it's either they're tearing down or they're not tearing down. There's nothing like a peaceful wearing uniform, go to this park and sit down nicely, eat jollof rice. No, that's not what protest means to them. So it's either they're not protesting, Imam say we should not protest and we sit down, or they're tearing down everywhere. We saw how Kwankwaso people immediately they felt they wanted to take the power from them. They filled the streets.
What do you think? What are you saying?
So that's what I'm saying. That it's either. That's why I told you that there's two possibilities that I'm seeing. It's either, and because I'm not in the north, I can't even gauge properly. It's either that protest is successful, which means that the energy in the north responds very well, and the south, which obviously has been waiting for that, majority of the south does not like Tinubu anyway, keys in immediately with that because the north has given them the motivation, and from day 2 the country will be on flames. Or if that does not happen, you will just end up seeing Deji in Abuja, seeing one man and his dog in Lagos, a few skirmishes here and there, in Kano, a few skirmishes here and there, and that's it. So it's either of the two that I see either of the two scenarios.
But let me bring Paul in. But from what you just said, if you say, it's going to come from north, you said that majority of southern people don't like Tinubu. But at what point with that sentiment of southern presidency will creep in and overshadow the conversation? Now, the next question to you. Wait, when I come back to you, next. Paul.
Yeah.
Meanwhile.
Brando Mabojeri.
Where are you? Are you part of the mobilizers in Arizona, or you are joining my? Because I form my own protest gang, which is in diaspora hustlers.
Oh, that would be good. But when we form all these things, even though our few talk that we talk here and there, they see it like we are the ones that are sponsoring the people over there. Right. So these are all the problems. But the real thing is that
what do you think now? What is your take on the whole grand plan of the protest? Is it
the protest itself will not work, will not succeed very well, in the sense that the media, you understand, has already skewed to the direction of the government. So the media is fighting a very good fight for the government. The question that the media is supposed to ask the media is asking the people. Why would they be telling me that, and government said there is intelligence reports? Government said. Is it not the government duty to protect lives and property? Obviously, when you see the US today, up to 2 days ago, what did they do when they arrest people? They arrest people is a formation just to de-escalate. They arrest people they release them first thing tomorrow morning. That is not arrest. But the people that they arrest ends up, some people are still in jail today. You understand? So which means the government, even though in the US that they are quoting, the government is trying as much as possible not to break law. So they arrest people just to de-escalate. What do you mean? You take them from where they are causing this, they are doing their protest. You take them to separate place and release them. Everybody go home. Do you understand? It is clear, it is crystal clear that EndSARS that they are making reference from, EndSARS was largely peaceful. Muslims were praying, Muslims will finish praying, Christians will pray. They will clean up the whole place every day that they protest. They clean up the whole place, they go and they come back again, they maintain the same thing. Even traditional rulers was even there. You understand? They unite, they do everything. Is it not after the military kill and they see the way the media report this news in CNN, other part of the world? So that's how they play this game that they played in George Floyd way. Then allow the people to do anything, burn local government, burn police station, burn Lagos state vehicles, and the like. That was after the military. So the military now is what we call tout.
But what you are saying now, you are saying that the media has already taken side.
Completely. Why will the media be asking me that, oh, they said government said they have intelligence? If government have intelligence, you, the media, ask government, don't ask civilians, don't ask the citizenry. It is government that have intelligence. Why are you asking me? I want to protest. You are asking me, government say they have intelligence. You, the media, ask government, where is the intelligence? How are you working towards this intelligence? Than asking the people. You understand? You don't ask the people. The people don't have that information. It is governments that have that information. So government is the tout. Government is the one creating all the problems, and the media refuse to ask government. The media is indirectly singing the song. You understand? Just to put panic in the mind of the people. These are just the thing.
That's interesting observation. Yeah. I like that. What the military now? Where do you think? Can you read their from their outside their movement where they are? Are they neutral or they are side of the government expected? Or
the military in Tinubu, the military.
Mr. James believe that the way things are going, the military can just. I think he believes that the military are in position to switch things around. It seems to have that belief.
Let me quickly chip in.
Go ahead, sir.
Constitutionally, the military is supposed not to make any pronouncement now. It is the police that is responsible for civil disobedience. If the police cannot handle the situation, then the military will come in. The fact that they are making some pronouncement now, I might be wrong, but I have the impression that they want to take over the government. I might be wrong. I'm not saying I'm privy to any information. I'm just thinking aloud.
Mr. James, Mr. James, I hate to use this word and say you are wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong in the sense that the military is highly politicized. And for the military to come outside for this protest, you understand, it's a great relief for the military. You understand? Because the military is, you understand, they can't find that grip in this government. You understand? The top hierarchy of the military, they just give them money. They just give them money. They can't do anything. So when they pick the young boys, they said, okay, go leave those places that you panic and go to somewhere else. Just go rest. Just be walking around, carry guns, walk around, but nothing will happen to you. You know nothing will happen to you. I think the rank and files will really like it. You understand? The Army, the Navy ratings, the rank and files, they'll really like it because they know these guys won't fight them. These guys won't do anything. So it's a relief for them. Then when it comes to the hierarchy of the military is highly politicized and docile. Within the top hierarchy in the military, you understand, they fight themselves so much. They are not united. They see few of them that makes a lot of money, and they see many of them that don't make nothing. So it's going to be very, very hard for military to say they want to take over. Mostly when this government is playing the complete green card of what the West wants. So the West will never, ever support military. You understand? Because they don't even know whether if the military take over. Remember, any military that take over now in Africa, where they are running to first, Russia. You understand? They are running straight to Russia because we've already seen the pattern. There is 3 of them now running straight to Russia. You understand? So the military can't even do that. So let's rule the military out. The government is just being panicked and the media is playing the card. When you tell me that, oh, government said they have intelligence, act on the intelligence. It is the duty of government to protect lives and property. It is the duty of the government to understand intelligence. You understand? All the places. By now, the government is supposed to be telling the people where and where you want to protest. You understand? These are the things that they're supposed to find out. You understand? They come the place before even the protest. You understand? But these things, the government is not doing it because they are not ready. And do you know why the government is panicked? The government is not panicked because of some people say they want to protest. The government is panicked because of second term. Because the Northerners are coming out. And if the military do what they do in Lagos with the Northerners, it's going to cause big mayhem. You understand? Remember, the Northerners, the youth in the North, are like in America, what we call the blue eye and blonde hair. These are first-class citizens. You don't dehuman them like that. If anybody that will punish the youth in the North must be a Northerner, not a Southerner.
Okay.
Never. It will never happen. Buhari can punish his own things, the family affair. But for Tinubu time, roll out tanks in the North, then they kill 100 Hausa men. It doesn't happen. Look at the Boko Haram. Look at the everything. It doesn't happen. You don't do that. You understand? So when you see it from that place, Tinubu is panicked because of the North, not because of the South. You understand? The South, we are just like Free Readers Association. We just stand in the bus stop, argue politics because we like to talk politics. Maybe because we don't have money for DSTV to watch Premier League. That's how they see us. You understand? Then we use religion to calm ourselves down. You know, so it's just the panic that how will he be able to manage this youth in the North with go ahead.
Well, for what you are saying now, right? Because I wanted to ask question along that Buhari actually, spray bullet for those Shiite movement, but you said that because in our fight, which I see reason with that. But going by the latest development, right? What if as you are seeing it, the same thing with Playtime, from the northern angle, right? What if the government of the day now decide to say, come on, now Dangote 90 incite that kind of revolutionary protest that is happening? For that reason, allow Lagos and get access to that 17 billion that is sitting there in Lagos. Or you can say, come on, if you don't calm those people down, this was 19 billion. See, follow go. Am I overstretching it?
Ovie, thank God that you live in the US. That you understand that in the US we have king in the US. You understand? The 1% of the 1%, they are the king who make presidents, who make governors, who make congressmen and senates. Dangote is president general when it comes to business in Nigeria. When Dangote is fighting his fight, you understand? We all see the fight with Airpeace. When you see the fight with Dangote, you see largely the way
you cannot fight the presidency and win now.
Ovie, you cannot fight the presidency, but Dangote is largely part of the government. So within his own government, strong people within his own government. Did you see the level that House of Rec men, you understand, that don't know anything about crude, they came there? Did you see any one of them in Allen Oyema, Airpeace?
Sorry, Paul.
You understand? Dangote is the movers and shakers.
Let me agree with you.
Reason? Sorry, let me ask. Let me just chip in. Is there a reason why you feel, or rather, do you feel Shettima is doing enough as the Northern VP in this case? Like, do you think, or because I'm seeing some deficiency in that space, because the normal Shettima would have been all over the North, very active, trying to quench this. What's going on in that space? What do you think is going on in that space?
I like this question that you asked, but the questions make me laugh. Some time ago, they asked Michael Zakome, you understand, a learned lawyer of that level. They said they heard that he's running for the position of a deputy governor. Michael Zakome laughed and he said, no matter how quality car you buy with alloy wheel, in most cases, the spare tire is just a ring. You understand? That's how you have. He said the deputy governor of any institution. You understand? Secretary of State, small people in the government, chief of staff, they are all powerful more than the deputy governor, because deputy governor, anything you say or do will use against you. You can't talk. You understand? You can't talk. They can quote your word and every other thing. So this is the level of a vice president. So the vice president, the vice president literally needs them to write a script for him to go talk. Because if he says anything with his own opinion, they're going to use it to punish him. And you see that largely in so many places.
No, I'm not talking about governance. Ovio, I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. I'm not talking about governance. Obviously,
I know. You mean you're supposed to be going there. You're supposed to be there making peace and trying to talk to them.
This protest, especially in the north.
No. So remember now, anything that you do publicly to some extent, the quick to level you say, oh, you've bribed them. Don't you think internal work will be going on? It will be calling people, pushing all these things out there.
No,
you understand? But making it in the public, they will accuse.
I think just as Paul as he said, the guy in a messenger, they never send them yet. And the question you have later is that why they never send them up till now? Is there a reason why they never send them? Or they just reason if they send that, I know go work? I think for me, I'm not curious about that. But Paul, you said something about Dangote that is part of the government, right? So if Dangote is part of the government, don't you think what you guys are projecting or seeing coming from the north is not going to be successful? Because why do you want to destroy your own man? I don't know if you understand the question.
Ovie, just like as
if you destroy the government that is part of you, you are indirectly destroying him too. If you say he's part of the government.
No, Ovie, genuinely, let's tell ourselves the truth. Genuinely, this youth that is coming out, you understand, in the north that is coming out, they are coming out genuinely because of what they are going through. Do you understand my point? That is clear. Because of what they are going through, people try to sensitize them.
That's what I'm saying.
But Ovie, so now what do you not think now? Do you think Dangote also want these people to go out? The answer is no. That's why when all of them gather together, they will still calm people down. If there's anybody that want this thing to happen, it's just like the likes of Sowore. But from the place of Dangote, the answer is no. So if they call Dangote today, say, Dangote, what are you doing? Dangote probably is doing great things, talking to his people and every other thing. Because Dangote has invested a lot in the West. You understand? And Dangote, apart from Dangote invested a lot in the West, he has nothing to do. Dangote is investing in Nigeria in the name of peace to reign so that he can sell his product and make more money. You understand? So if there's anybody that don't have, like they say, he that is down fears no fall. You understand? Like Sowore fears no fall. But these people that have a lot of stake, they are scared. They are scared. Not because of them, just because of in general. You understand? This is their farm. They don't want anything to happen to it. They don't have the interest of the people. It's just their own interest.
I like that part. That who is down doesn't fear no forget. Jonaba, welcome, Jonaba. Sowore, I listened to him yesterday on radio when he was saying that the Days of Rage is an anniversary of what they started about 5 years ago in 2019. That it's an anniversary of revolution now. So that means it has come to settle. I mean, I'm not saying wrangling or rods, but Paul put it very well. He that is down, shall no fall. Sowore has nothing to lose. Pretty much that's what Paul is saying. Do you believe that, Jonaba? I know the Sowore na your man. Do you think where is he? What side is he on at this point? I think it'd be fair for me to ask that question. Is he on the government side? Or is he actually with the people? I mean, what's your take so far in the conversation, Jonab?
Alvin, thank you for having me, Paul and the rest. It's always a pleasure being here with James. And when I see a big picture, it's not connecting me to the guy, but we are all citizens. So,
Uptown.
Uptown. Good to see you. And As always, the little I know about Tesore will always be on the side of the people, whether he articulated it very well or not, but his intention will always be for the people. Remember the last time we gathered here on this town square, I was in agreement with James that the protest should be called off.
Yeah.
Okay, so I still believe that. And on Dr. Rudolph shows, there's a clip that they always shows where I say that they are not that organized because we don't have a long-term goal. We don't put so many things in the right perspective. We flow here and there. What is the end result when they start the protest? Will they aware that Nigeria are not that in the place where they give a citizen the right of anything, not even right to exist. So, what about the right to protest constitutionally and the rest of them? So, I believe uh, they should go back to the drawing board and work on it, and one day surprise them because uh, only three will wait when you tell them. They'll tell him when you are coming, and then stay there for you to cut him or her down. So the notice was too long. If you give a even ordinary Nigerian that are not that deep, if you give them 5 minutes, they will think to come with solution. Now you are giving the people that hold their own people with other power play, internal and external, and they know that these people are trying to break the chain. It would have kept the black nation down for years. There's so many things that's in play. It's beyond any human being imagination. And the soul of a human being cannot be taken for granted. Even yourself right now, there are many things about you that you have not been tested, so you don't know to the extent. But trust me, from history, if you press anybody, no matter how kind, how poor, how timid you think they are, you will never imagine their reaction to your action. So the people, the government is afraid, the people is afraid, all kind of seed. Paul said that the media have taken a side. I don't think media take a side except this media that they are trying to position themselves or belonging to this party or the other party. Uh, I think the only reason why they're saying this is that some people they are not creative in their talking point. Most in most cases, they are also political, but I don't think in general that the media meant to take a side. So I listen to some of those channels and I hear people with different kind of view. But end of the day, my prayer is that if they can organize themselves very well and go out there, because it's better you don't. There's nothing wrong in attempt or try, but then is that you should organize yourself very well, and whatever the outcome, you know you have tried. But without that, any outcome that just come up one day, they blow the fire down and everything quench, everybody started going about their normal way. That is a step back for me.
So whether achieve result before we step back. Mr. James, make watch your let me play this video and
Are you dancing a while? Are you dancing a while? Everybody say, I can hear you, I can hear you. I can hear you. Say something to me.
That's the in Diaspora Day celebration in Asu Rock. We did diaspora, they don't invite us. Those people seems like the people who are worried about protest that is coming up. That's Asu Rock. That's what the inner cabal of Tinubu having fun, celebrating Diaspora birthday. So, what's your take? That was for yesterday.
No, the issue is Diaspora People's Day. Were you told? I was not told. You get the point? These are party supporters. These are party supporters outside the
No,
country.
those are they work. Those guys. That's Asu Rock. They work is the Asu Rock. The lady there is the chairperson in charge of diaspora out
No,
here. Those are
what I mean,
really staff of the government.
you see, these are the nonsense we are talking about that should come to an end. They want to buy aircraft. They want to renovate State House. They want to. This is, you see, they are only fueling the fire. I mean, what's it called, the fire? Because are these things necessary at this crucial hour in the history of our country? Because if this impending uprising is not properly handled, the future of this country will change forever. Government is not bothered. So what I see is that they are even capacitating people like what's it called, Showore and others who are bent on taking over the streets. They are not showing any sign of repentance. The president will tell you and me, oh, I understand your pain. I understand what you are going through, but just take it easy. Everything will be all right. But from what they are doing now, this crucial hour, just about a week from now, something is likely to happen. Is this the best time to stage this kind of a party? Anyway, I wish them well. I told you, I've lost confidence in the country. What I'm looking forward to is the emergence of post-Nigerian republics. Not Nigeria. Nigeria as a country is irredeemable. It's beyond repair.
What's your idea of post-Nigerian republic?
That is, new countries should emerge from Nigeria. That's post-Nigerian republics. Nigeria is, is beyond redemption. That's
all right. Uptown, are you there?
Yeah.
You see our industrial celebration of Asu Rock. Why when they busy, they plan? They are living their best life.
They should continue living their best life now. I told them that people starting to stifle a protest that has a date is making way for a protest that does not have a date. And protest that does not have a date is a revolution and a riot. So it's less for them. That's why I say that moving forward, this government is going to decide its future by its own actions, not by necessarily by oppositions. Because the majority of the oppositions, if not all, truly does not believe that this government is up to no good. Ab initio, nobody thinks Bola Tinubu has any capacity to get anything done or to change anything. So it's only people that probably believed in you that will be getting angry. Because I'm sure everything happening now, most of the opposition knew it was going to happen. Probably not as much as it is. People like me, I'm shocked a little bit. Not like I expected anything to come from this administration, but it's the bar that I set for it, which was quite low. They've managed to exceed it and go lower than it, and that's the part I didn't expect. But for me, the administration has set the right parameters for failure, because when I made my first year judgment, I said I'm not going to judge by price of tomato. I'm not going to judge by price of banana, price of curry. No. I'm not also going to judge by whether he sent the GDP. He has doubled it. Those are unrealistic judgments. I set a clear parameter for a 1 year administration judgment, and it's very clear. 1 year is the year you're supposed to set in everything that's going to determine if your government is going to fail or succeed. And in all the 5 parameters, he failed. And I was very clear about those 5 parameters. Number 1 was his budgeting. It was hiring. That's number 1. That's what you do in your first year in office as a leader. He failed in hiring. He hired indeed political recruitment, and he only catered to political sentiments, tribalistic sentiments, and cronyism. Capacity took the back seat, And for me, I believe that this team that's put together by the current administration is the most mediocre team. I can't remember the words Ali Nume used for them, but I believe that word also translates to what I'm saying, which is mediocre, very ministers without capacity. Obvious, if you are coming into a post-fuel subsidy removal economy, every fool knows that is when you need it's an emergency period. It's like going into ICU in the hospital. So you have to get the best hands. In fact, you have to reach out to other hospitals for their best hands, their midwives with 40 years experience, 30 years experience, because you're going to ICU, But when we were going into ICU as a country was when the leader decided to choose some of the worst, recruit the worst presidential cabinet ever put together by a president. Nobody in the frame of Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala in that team. Nobody in the frame of Adesina. Nobody in the frame of Professor Darab in your blessed memory. Nobody in the frame of even Soludo, or nobody in the frame of all of these guys that we've had in the capacity in that space before. What we are having today.
Are you saying the CASO, what do they call that? The central bank governor? Are you saying those men are not the gurus of this administration?
They believe that that is their best, but if you measure them side by side by what we've had in the past in that space, you find out that they can't measure up. What is Cardoso's frame in the international community? What is his? I read his CV. Some of the fund banks he was part of. So nothing. Even Alex Oti of Abia has a stronger CV in finance than Cardoso. He was even a first-class graduate. I don't think Cardoso was. But the difference, the thing is here, he literally just carried those people that have been loyal to him since 1999 or maybe pre-1999, and then brought them forward. Isn't the result calling himself now? The only reason why I was okay with Wale Edun was not necessarily about governance. It's just because he's the father to somebody an actor that I like, a UK actor that I like. So I just felt nice. He's the guy I'm a fan of. He's his father. Yeah, that's cool. But in terms of governance, looking at his CV too, can you match that CV with a Soludo CV or a regular, some of the guys in Obasanjo's cabinets, their CV? The CV is okay, yeah. So it's not like so bad as those ladies choosing from Anambra, But it's not. It does not look like. Obviously, you're supposed to understand what I'm saying. It does not look like you are equipping. It's not the kind of preparation that deserves the time on ground. You're supposed to come with. Why is it that this guy did not recruit anybody from the diaspora at a period where majority of our firebrains have left the country over the last 1 decade?
I think the Minister of Health. The Minister of Health now in diaspora now.
Ali Pat.
Yeah.
Funny enough, in the entire cabinet, he looked like the only person that really had a strong CV, even though it has fallen flat on the face now. But then I don't blame him because if you put in a device that uses 12 battery, and you put 9 dead batteries, and you put 2 good batteries, the device will not work. So the point is that for an administration that came into power solely with almost one CV of strength, which is what they made Nigerians to believe, which is recruitment, that he knows how to hunt talent. Obviously, there's no talent there. Because if the people performing in a cabinet
The
of 40
president has a
people,
first class in accounting, as according to them. The
you say?
president has first class in accounting. That one no counts. He's also from the diaspora.
Ovie. Do you know leadership is a let me give you an example here. If you check every business leader in the world, most successful business leaders, let's not even go to the world, let's go to Nigeria here. Let's talk about CEO of banks, GMDs, even chairmen and all of that are heading business organizations. Go and check them. In the course of the decades, they are always going to acquire one extra course in school, short courses, programs, business schools, and all of that, taking courses in executive management and so many things, just to meet up with the times, with the evolving time, which is fast changing here. Tell me, after your president left Chicago, which is still under contention, has he ever seen the four walls of the classroom before? Since then till now? No, he's been playing Southwest politics, not even governance. You know what I'm saying? So, whatever you feel, which also we can sit here and even debate how his performance was in Lagos State from 1999 to 2007, which I have tried to check. And by the time you check it and you put it side by side with the money that was available to him, it will fall flat on his face. You find that the capacity was actually very low. It was more of propaganda. It was more of PR, like public relations. Like Lagos media it's literally holding the Nigeria space. So if you capture a Lagos media at the time that you're a governor, you are most likely to put out whatever narrative to the entire country which you wish to put out. It's not like a fringe state, Anambra, Abia, Benue, Nasarawa, Taraba. No, the heart of the media and the narrative is in your state, and you capture the state, capture the media. You're going to put out the narrative you wish, and you're going to sustain it till you use it to run for president or whatever. Which is basically what you did. From my own investigation from that space, there's absolutely nothing there. But the point is, even with that, he has not shown any signs of accounting. And I'm going to tell you why. First of all, being an accountant is not even what you need as a leader. What you need as a leader is an executive strength. So you have to have some strength. That's why if you check some of these business leaders, they're not just it's not just the accounting they did in university or the bookkeeping they did there. Obviously, what is accounting? They said he's a treasurer. I'll be waiting. He was just a bookkeeper, literally. But what equips you for the kind of leadership of now is that executive experiences you have. And this guy has never worked in the federal space before. So it was not shocking to me. He has never even worked as a special advisor or anything on the federal level. So that place is an entirely new place. That's why you can manage to remove subsidy and float currency without having a cabinet. That is why somebody that was called one of the most influential politicians in Nigeria, but when you transition from politics to governance, you become a rookie. Because every single thing he did in his first 6, 7, 8 months, we are all rookie moves. Every economist in Nigeria admitted that this guy was trying doing trial and error. He was acting like a rookie that has never governed any place before. Because even any student of public policy will tell you that his policy methodologies, they are all wrong. He just knew that, okay, we just need to remove subsidy. Let us do it. It's just like a medical doctor that didn't go to school for medicine. And then because he had some books in the house and he read that to treat this, you have to do this, you have to give somebody, let's say, Novocaine or whatever it is. And then he rushes to the hospital to put on the robe and say, you know what? I already know what to do. And then he does not check the dosage. He does not check the method of application.
I think,
Uptown,
yeah. If I will come in, I think the biggest problem our politicians are facing, one, the West. When I mean the West, I'm just using the word like the IMF, the World Bank, and the likes. That is one aspect. But the most wrongest thing they can do for themselves is to get into power and compensate anybody around you that help you during the time of campaign. You understand? instead of you to get a professional on your different field so that you can have basic
People
knowledge.
that can challenge you, like people that you can say this and that, they will tell you, Mr. President, that you are wrong.
Exactly. So,
This is
but
how
in
it's
our
done.
own
And
case,
if it's not
they
going to be done like
employ
this, I'm going to resign and go back to my job.
Exactly, because they don't have anything to lose. So
They
these
don't
are
have
the
anything to lose.
biggest.
You get what I'm saying?
These are the biggest problem that they are having. You
No, they want
understand? Then
worshippers
yeah.
now. They want worshippers that will come to Federal Executive Council every day.
Because
and
if
take on your mandate.
you president can play politics with the people and you also employ another politician too will play politics with you.
With you, exactly.
You understand? Just to remain there.
When he gets to the ministry, he will be more. How can you tell me that you are employing? Because I think it's this word that we used to use, appointments, that used to confuse everybody. Maybe or even electing. I think we should abolish those words like electing and appointing. Let's use what it is so we know exactly what it is. It's actually an employment. You put a CV for a job and then you get employed. So they employ you to these jobs as ministers, as Pam said, as whatever it is you occupy in the federal executive space. And then how can you as a leader go and be employing people that are failed governorship candidates and failed senatorial candidates and failed House of Rep candidates in your party to head sensitive positions? When they get there, they are only interested in the next 4 years so that they'll go and run for those things they failed before, and probably because they are in the federal space now, they are going to your Minister of Power is preparing for governorship election. Are you aware? Power in this period that you should have declared state of emergency on power.
Who be that? Who be the guy? Who be Minister of Power?
Adelabu Abi was the guy that is
governor of from Oyo State.
Yes, you know.
From Oyo State.
The person you need in power, my brother, is somebody that even in the last 10, 20 years, they probably own a firm. They probably own laboratories. They have been trying to research on their own. How are we going to bring energy solutions? They have been trying on their personal capacity to break the glass ceilings, to do this. And then you know what? You say what? I am in government today. You know what? Come in with those things you are doing here and use this country. And we're going to support you. Because that's where you now find passion for those things. If you see somebody doing his job with passion, you will know. Those are the people that can make the transformation that is needed. It's not failed senatorial.
But truth be told, in some of these cabinets, we have people that if they allow them work, don't play politics, they will work. But the thing is that when they employ you, they don't want you to pick your team. During Obasanjo's government, Obasanjo picked Patutomi, want to make Patutomi minister. You understand? But Patutomi tell Obasanjo that if you give me this job, can you allow me to get my own team?
Exactly.
You understand? Not you want to compensate one person from here, compensate one person from here.
And
then ask all of us to go work.
If he fails,
you understand? Then ask all of us to go work. Then we play politics. That's why you could discover that. That's why you could discover that Fashola could work a bit better when he was governor, because he's not reporting to anybody. But he couldn't achieve anything when he is minister. Remember, they make him super minister. He was managing 3 ministries and didn't even achieve nothing. You understand? Because he has to report to people. So these are the biggest problems. You know what? Something that happened in the UK the other time. The UK, their navy, they are looking for experts. They put it in LinkedIn. They put it out there. They are looking for people. They are begging people to come and take this position. Government work, top opportunities, top jobs like that, and everything. So sometimes when I was talking about Dangote last week, when people say, "Oh, Dangote bring Indians all about," and everything, I see the reason why Dangote bring Indians, but at the same time, again, another way around. How do we even employ people? You can't even go to LinkedIn now to go look for a job in Nigeria. You can't go anything to go see top professional jobs like that. You understand? It's always there where you and I will see it. You know, we don't even have the qualification. There's no need to apply. But now you have tons of Nigerians that have this experience. They don't even see this opportunity to say, "Oh, let me go do it." Because you believe that if you have that professional job, they're going to give you that leeway to do your thing, to come and deliver this department, as the case may be. But in our own case, it's not there. So we don't even throw positions out there for us to pick the best. You
My
understand?
brother, let me
We
give you
take
one.
positions as compensations.
Exactly. That's what Obasanjo meant when he's. So I think like last 2 months, when he delivered his speech, he said that until we move from transactional government to transformational government, we are not going anywhere. So those
But
are two sides of
Obasanjo is the problem too. He himself started all these things, and they inherited from him
No. You can
and
fault
do much
Obasanjo.
better.
You can fault his politics, which I always say. I too fault his politics. But in terms of governance and administration, he might not be the best, but if you put every other person so far, he was one of the best in that space.
No. It's like you talking about. It's like you now trying to make survey that who is the best when it comes to Pele, Maradona, and Ronaldo.
Yeah.
You understand? We evolve. Times have changed. But for Obasanjo time, Obasanjo did not do anything. When Obasanjo bring Okonjo-Iweala, Oluwadeniji and the likes, these brains and the like, Obasanjo too did not really do anything. You understand? Obasanjo didn't do anything. Obasanjo set the ball rolling. He was Minister of Petroleum. He gave them $800,000, $800 million for turnaround maintenance. Did the refinery work in Obasanjo time? Yes, no. He didn't do nothing too.
If the positions he took with the sales of the refinery was not being reversed after he left, we wouldn't have been where we are today.
Yeah, but Obasanjo didn't achieve it. He himself, he gave money out. Obasanjo spent a lot of money on power. We didn't get power.
I'm not talking about the oil sector. I'm
I'm
talking about the oil sector, selling the refinery, which he did. And
Obasanjo sold the refinery because he himself didn't even see it like it's the right way to go about it.
But my brother, before let's not probably take a sharp dive about Obasanjo. But the point is, this government. Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. I read a piece because if I get into politics, I don't want to be hearing narrative. I'm researching, I'm looking at news articles written years ago, testimonies and all of that. So in my search when I was looking for my candidate and all that, I saw a piece that was written by one of his commissioners, Professor Stella Okunna, who happens to be the first professor of mass communication in Nigeria, who served under him. And I read a piece she wrote around 2016 or so, where an interview she granted that was on the dailies, and she was narrating how she went from a very minor minister to the commissioner to the face of the administration under the administration. And she said that, and single thing she said was instructive with everything I learned. When you go to business school, this is what you learned. He said that first of all, that she got an appointment letter and she never knew or she never met the governor for one day. She was just in school. She was a lecturer, a professor. She got a letter from the states, for appointment and all that. That when she did consultations, when she was asking people, doing consultations if she's going to join the government or not, she needed to know who was the charge of the government. Who is this guy, this governor that came? Because she has built a reputation over time, so she does not want to stain it in politics. So when she researched about the guy that was in charge, she felt that, okay, this guy is not a typical politician. He also came from the banking and private sector, and he has an averagely clear record. But that was not enough. She took the job to serve. But she said one thing, that the first day she appeared at the government house, she asked the governor 2 questions when she walked into the office. She asked him one, that you don't know me from anywhere. Why did you hire me to be your commissioner for information and strategy? And the governor simply told her, because I asked for CVs to be submitted to me in that space from Anambarians from around Nigeria and outside. CVs were submitted. I and my inner team, we looked at all the CVs, and your own was the strongest CV. And not just the CV, not just your paper CV, but your integrity history, your history of integrity. She was like, okay, fine. The second question she asked the governor was not a question. She told the governor, I just want to tell you that I will not lie for you. I will not lie for you. No, they're giving her a commission of information, but she looked the governor and told him in the first day that instead of me to tell a lie for you, I'll resign. So do you still want me to continue? The governor said, continue, take the job. So that means that the commissioner already defined her path that day. That see, I will not lie for you and not push propaganda for you. So that means that tells a lot about the leader that hired. Because that means that the leader know her antecedents in that space and still hired her. That means that the leader wants to be challenged. It's not a leader that wants to be praised. It's a leader that wants that if he's wrong, his cabinet looks at him and say, Mr. Governor, you are wrong. That's not how it's done.
So let me ask a question now. Did she resign from the government?
Huh?
Did she resign from the government?
No, she didn't resign. Like the day she took up her appointment, you can look at this piece. I think it's a 2016 piece. The day she took up her appointment, she told the governor that you accept that appointment on one condition, that she will work without.
So what I'm saying is that which state are you talking about?
I'm talking about Anambra State. The governor was Peter Obi. That was 2006.
Okay. But even though the government of Peter Obi and the lies, they didn't give us what we can get in the West. You understand? They still play politics. People can write good memoir of themselves.
Wherever you are,
people can write good memoir of themselves. People can say all these things. You understand? Sometimes people say all these things just to get another opportunity.
No.
Listen. Hold on. What I'm saying is that it's just like when Peter Obi give his memoir as the governor. You understand? It catches the Nigerian youth very well.
I don't.
You understand?
Point,
and the Nigerian
I don't
youth.
Listen. Do you know? I didn't start following Peter Obi by listening to Peter Obi.
No.
I listen to people that does not have a stake.
No. I'm using Peter Obi as a case study. Did she that they give 100% and everything? Because we see how they also play.
She ended up being the superstar of the administration. If you can check her profile, Professor Stella Okunla.
No.
Yeah, we always have all these superstars here and there.
So
you understand? Just like as we have the Cardoso today, as we have the Wale Edu today. You understand? They might be superstar because they push them very well in the media. But did they achieve their purpose of that CV that they submit? Did they achieve it?
That's what I'm saying. That she ended up achieving it to the extent that other commissions were being attached to her. Let me tell you one thing. There's somebody that told me that the day he believed that this new guy, was here to actually do some serious work was the day he looked at his cabinet. And most of the people in his cabinet were never into politics in their life. Most of them were returnees from diaspora. Oselo Kobaze, do you know Oselo Kobaze? There's this white guy.
Mr. James, do you want to contribute?
Yeah, I just want to say something.
Go ahead.
I just want to say something.
Okay, sir.
To be a good administrator, it's not your CV that determines it. I will cite some examples. Take Samuel Ogbomudia in Bender State of those days. This guy stopped in Form 4, Western Boys High School, Benin City. He did not go beyond that, joined the military. When they invaded Benin to remove the Biafran troops, they handpicked him from the soldiers to be the administrator, being a native of that place. What that man did in 8 years, no other governor in this country has accomplished it, maybe with the exception of Lateef Jakonde. I don't know. What's his name? Ambrose Ali. He was just a university lecturer, University of Benin, Faculty of Medicine. He never read education. He was never a teacher as such. In the education sector in Bender State, that man left his footprints in the sands of time. The same thing with all the other governors in Western states during the UPN era. You don't need a PhD degree to be a good administrator.
No, sir.
Administratively, if you look at it, the minister actually is not the one doing the job. It is the permanent secretaries and assistant permanent secretaries. These are the people doing the jobs, not the minister. So that's just how I see it. So this idea of people talking of, the man is holding 2 PhDs. He has worked in World Bank. He has done, to me, that is not the issue. The character of a man is more important than the degrees he's parading.
I agree with you. Mr. James, you speak my mind. See, Uptown, let me tell you something.
No, my brother. Wait, let me correct what I said. I think he misunderstood me when I used the word CV. I didn't use it in the aspect of academics. No. So her academics was like in the context of this particular example I'm citing. She was obviously a professor of a mass comm and all that. So she was being put in the space of the Commissioner of Information. So academics is good. But I said, if you listened carefully to me when I was narrating that stuff, of what the governor replied her when she asked him, why did you hire me? You never knew me from anywhere. And the governor said, I did my groundwork. So it's not just about the paper that they were submitted to me. For example, when she said she wanted to go and do consultation if she's going to join government or not, because she doesn't want to soil her reputation, that one of her bishops, because she's an Anglican, where she reached out to, the bishop told her that the governor has already called me to ask me about your record. So the bishop already knew. So like, oh, you knew before me, self. So for it to mean that the administration in charge, the person in the office, has already done his groundwork. And for somebody to go do that level of groundwork to the extent of calling people that can give him an information about your strength of character and your power of administration or handling a particular task. So that means that person really wants to hire people that can do the job rather than people that will call him Mr. Governor.
I still don't think so, but I agree with you. But
that is the point you are making. Like, for example, now, we didn't hear that, oh, you call chairman of APGA or party and say, chairman, go to your village, bring your own slots, which is what we see basically in Nigeria. Oh, this person, just bring your own slots. You know, the person will call the auntie, will say my nephew.
So it's just like Google. Yeah? It's like Google. Politicians, I live in the US. Politicians will say the things that they will never do because they know the search engine will keep it there. Then tomorrow they'll tell you, they'll quote you, they'll say, search. If I didn't say this, if I didn't say that. The US government has been saying for long ago, oh, we're going to pay workers leave allowance. Workers are going to go to leave, get leave. In America, people don't get leave. You understand? And every other thing. This is how barbaric, even when I can get in Nigeria. Stuff like that. You understand? Company on their own can decide to give and decide not to give. But the government will say it when they enter power, they never do. You understand? When I'm deviating a little bit. When this present government enter power, they win the House, they win the Senate. Of course, they are the executive power. They didn't do anything. Then when they lose the House, then they say, oh, Republicans don't want us. Republicans don't want us. When you were in power, what did you do? So these are the things. So they keep it there so that they can tell you, go search. So people use all those things for reference. But what I'm telling you, the highest paid civil servant in the world is the Singapore. And make that country from third world nation, they move rapidly to become first world nation. You understand? Because the civil servant is well equipped. Until we advertise for a level 9 civil servant, that people will be leaving bank to go get work, leaving Shell, Chevron, ExxonMobil to go get work as a civil servant. We are not ready. If some of us here can get work with the city, some of us can get work with government here. You understand? We can get work in government. You understand? Leave our professional work. How do we leave our professional work? These are the questions you had. But in our own case, you see when people work in civil servant, they even cry when government try to retire them at 30 years in service. You understand? They even cry when government try to retire them when they're in their 60s because they know they are not productive. If they leave that job, they are not going nowhere. They don't work. They don't do anything. So when you have all those type of civil servants, then you bring one professional to head all those people. You and that professional, you guys are wasting time. You understand? Go borrow that money that you love to borrow and pay these people bountifully and kick them out. And bring professional. Don't you see the way banks are managing themselves? Look the way this big organization can manage themselves. You go to any bank branch in Nigeria, anywhere you can think of, their internet will still be working. They will still see light there. you still see certain things there. In government offices, how many local government ministries, some departments you go, you don't see nothing there. They are selling clothes, selling this, saying play draft. People don't come to work. People don't do anything. You understand? You go to government offices, there is no computer. There is no nothing. You can't get a file. These are the things. Go ahead, my brother.
Can you hear me? So
yes, I can hear you clearly.
Basically what I was speaking to was a leader making appointments like his team that is going to work with. You know what I'm saying? Which I literally say that this guy failed in hiring of his team. The quality of the aggregate quality of his team is very low, lowest we've had at least in this Fourth Republic. They are mostly, it's like 90% politics, 10% actual readiness for governance.
That is true.
And
that is true. You're right.
So on that foundation, me personally, over the years of my involvement of politics since I was a kid, I've always thought in my head that Nigeria as a country, now I don't want to universalize it. You know, different countries has their own peculiar situation. You know what I'm saying? Now, Nigeria as a country needs more of a business leader than a politician to lead it. And I advanced my own.
It has nothing to do with business, because businessmen too go into politics and play politics with business.
No.
But until we employ the right people from the ground level, say I am doing foundation. If I report to the city, they'll come
you don't have power to hire.
We are not going anywhere.
But brother, you don't have power to hire. It's still those leaders that will do the hiring. You know what I'm saying? So you cannot say you skipping the leader that's doing the hiring and you concentrate on the hiring. You are the one. You are not the one that will do the hiring. Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. You have a business today, yeah, and nothing is working in the company. Maybe you have a conglomerate that has failed. Maybe you inherited for your father and all of that, and you don't know anything about it. But it has failed at different levels. Poor staffing, corruption, so many things that's happening in Nigeria system today is happening in that business. Therefore, the business is collapsing, and you want to change things. Is it not the CEO that a new CEO you bring? If the CEO has both the capacity, the integrity, very critical, the willpower, which we call political will in the political space, and also the know-how to rebuild businesses. It's not
that's why I said the person that you are talking about that defend the TV. Some of us may just be very, very good, very eloquent when it comes to interview. We know how to pass interview.
Eloquence is not TV. No, I don't know why we are narrowing TV.
I'm just saying. I'm saying it in a broad way. I say some of us can be very eloquent. Some of us can have the required
anybody
CV.
That hires.
But what I'm saying is that when you so now let's move to the next level. When you get to that job, like I said about when Obasanjo want to appoint Patutomi. Patutomi say he's going to get his own team. You understand? Because Patutomi already understand that this ministry that I'm going to work is literally dead. Can you allow me to go there and fire everybody? You understand? And the likes to bring my own team.
Let me use your Patutomi now to make you understand what I'm saying. Because at the end of the day, I think we're saying the same thing, but you didn't get my catch. Imagine if it was a serious business leader who understands that hiring must be strictly on capacity, who understands that when you hire capacity, you leave capacity to choose the two of which he was going to work. Those are standard things that successful business people know. If that kind of person was the president and Patutomi tell him that thing, the person will tell Patutomi, go ahead. Because he understands by himself that is how things work. But if it's just a regular politician, he will not agree. He will think you want to come and use up his power or whatever it is, because he does not understand it.
That's why I said even though the governor that employed that professional, you understand, within some time we also understand that person that is professional is also not professional. Because if that person is more professional, the person will resign before the governor will fire the person. Because the governor is supposed to be expecting that person to display that professionalism. You understand? These are the things that I'm talking about. But
No,
if
no,
that person
okay,
did
okay. Let
not
me give you,
display it,
let me give
then
you an example.
what
Let
is
me
the
give you an
CV for?
example of what the kind of things that make me kind of tilt towards people. I'm also going to cite example from the space I cited example before. 3 different commissioners under the same governor, and the reason why when I started this analysis, I didn't mention the governor's name because I didn't want her to have political correlation. I just wanted to use the example without mentioning the governor's name. You get what I'm saying? But then you asked me about it.
Oh no no
This
no no
same,
no no no!
this
All I'm saying is that is clear. Whether you say it,
no
you didn't
no.
say
I'm
it.
talking.
36
I
the
wanted to
36
concentrate
governor
on
fail
the.
us.
I wanted to
They all fail
concentrate
us.
on the act of leadership, not necessarily on the names behind it. This same
I've not
governor.
seen. I have not, my brother. I've not seen leadership in Nigeria.
Wait,
I
I'm
have
coming.
not.
Wait, wait.
I've not seen leadership.
No,
If
no.
you try to
You've
find
not.
leadership in Nigeria, except you go to the private sector, but if you go to the public sector in Nigeria, I have not seen leadership.
No,
I've
no,
not
no.
seen leadership
Yeah,
except private sector in
I'm going to
Nigeria.
tell you why you
Yes.
have not. I'm going to tell you why you have not. I'm going to make that example for you real quick after saying this. In that same space, in that same cabinet, that guy, through the course of the first term, sacked 3 commissioners. On what grounds? 2 of them were on grounds that they attended executive meeting for an entire 6 months and they didn't contribute anything to the executive meeting. They were just literally saying yes, sir. And he told them, man, you got to go then. I mean, I can't be paying you for yes, sir. You get what I'm saying? Whereas some other politicians, that's what they want. They just want your yes, sir. But this guy literally sacked you because he can't be coming here to tell me yes all the time. I can't just be correct all the time. I hired you because I know you should have a counter contribution to
Yeah,
me.
but that look,
So
that
you gotta go.
sometimes that may just be micro. That may just be
Paul,
micro.
That
Paul,
is
Go ahead.
one. Then two,
Paul.
Yeah.
if you have been involved in any business,
John
yeah.
Abba, I'm hearing you.
Yeah, you guys are just. I don't
No,
know
John
that.
Aldo, it's someone else. Okay.
I don't know that. Obey. I was calling him because I wanted to interject. I don't know that he took his banner break.
I didn't look for. I'm in the market. That's why.
Okay, that's okay.
I know. Yeah, I did on phone. Sorry, that's why. It's okay.
Not a problem. Um, the thing is this. I heard you guys to and fro after that video played by Uve in the diaspora's day, whatever. It's not a diaspora day, by the way. It's a day of celebrating how many slaves they send abroad due to their bad governance. And then to see the young people that they're trying to protest, dancing all those blow job with 60 something years old man that mortgage their lives simply because it's about what people will get at the moment, the pleasure, the fame, without looking into the future that brought us to where we are. And then when hearing about leadership and all of those things, sometimes it make my jaw drop. There is no leader in Nigeria history
You're
for
right.
now. The so-called leader maybe is based on how you want to look at it, and which is okay if that is the way you want it. But the problem comes to this society we have today, where we have Tinubu as our president. Is uh, Tinubu is a product of our environment. Every Nigerian, home and abroad, are damaged. It's no excuse that he worked so many years at trying to see himself in this position, and here he is not doing anything that even he himself may project he want to do. It's because when we give excuse and see this, it's hard to say, but for this moment and henceforth, the only people that can succeed in taking Nigeria to the next level, I have not seen them yet. Of course, you guys know Sore is my guy, but I have my reservation. I believe he meant well, like every other people that I believe they come to power. I don't think that somebody come purposely to destroy their legacy, but when their self-interest and all that. I saw a thing posted by one doctor, posted by Tone, by a statement, a video from one medical doctor in Canada. And when he showed it to people, I listened to it. I said, this guy is just waking up to know that. He talked about his friend who bought 3 houses in Canada and want to buy the 4th house for his children. This is Nigerian for us. The only leader that will come and take us is the leader that we have not seen, who will not spare the politician, will not spare the traditional leader, will not spare the religious leader, who will set a standard. Then we talk
Janaba,
about people like.
are you saying you have not seen me?
I've seen you now. Me and you drink together.
I'm not a potential. I'm the leader that you people are waiting for. When I give me time.
Okay. When you get there, I will stand by you.
So don't say you have not seen the leader. You have seen me.
I think the problem of Nigeria is that we are looking for some leader that will be made somewhere in Jupiter and then imported to Nigeria.
No, we have seen it happening around the world. They are not from Jupiter. We don't have it. No, we don't.
Let me tell you.
Listen, let me even tell you. There will be you are using almost of the time.
Let me just say this. If you have 5 staff in your company today that you believe they are not doing enough to move your company forward, if I am a talented human resource person, I will come into that same company. I won't sack them. I will use them and turn around those same staff. They will move from.
You didn't come yesterday, so I want to give you the other one, the 300. Oh, sorry, I'm on the phone.
So I will. If you find out that those same staff that spearheaded in lack of productivity, those same staff will still spearhead productivity. It boils down on the leadership. So all this personnel we are doing, the same civil service we have today, we can use it to move to a productive civil service without even changing anybody or importing anybody from Mars or Pluto. We can get into our political space.
I disagree with you. I disagree.
We can get into our political space.
I disagree. That's a waste of time.
The
shortest thing you can do is to pay good percentage. You are talking about civil service that good percentage of them can't read and write. Good percentage of them can't turn on the computer.
Who is it their job?
Talking about?
Whose job is it to train people? Whose job?
You don't train that kind of people. Do you want to train me now to be a cyber expert and I don't even know how to turn computer? That's too much on me. It's like say your child did well on grade 3, then you immediately move your child to high school from primary 3. Which means you want to take the knowledge away from that child.
Let me make it very clear. Let me make it clear so you won't misunderstand me here. When I said if I come into a space, I will use the same workforce that was failing before. If I know my job, I can use them to succeed. Does not mean that is a sweeping thing, yeah? So there are still people that are irredeemable that has to go. And that is part of my job as a professional, to know people that are redeemable and people that are irredeemable. By the time you separate the shafts and all that, there will still be a good sum.
That's why I said I have not seen leadership in public. If Peter Obi can sack these commissioners, if Peter Obi can sack these commissioners, then the commissioner that Peter Obi didn't sack would have sacked thousands of employers from their own ministries. You understand? The ones that Peter Obi didn't sack would have sacked thousands, because for those ones to deliver, they cannot get all this toxic energy all around and they are delivering. You understand? See, I don't want people that will talk the talk, people who know how to talk the talk, but did they achieve their purpose? That is the question I'm asking.
It's not about talking the talk. Me, I don't listen to talk, my brother. These are very clear.
That's why I said the people that they didn't sack that actually deliver. What is the transformation that they brought? Let's use Anambra as a case study. Like they pride Peter Obi that Peter Obi did very well.
Okay, let's even use
Peter Obi is doing. Now it looks like we're changing the topic. How come Peter Obi is doing well? People are moving from east to west. People, because I want to believe that if Peter Obi is even doing well in only Anambra State, guess what? Everybody within the southwest, within that region, the south and the like, they won't be running to Anambra State just like the way people will run to
That's
Lagos to
not how
come
it
look for a
works.
better job.
This is the narrative
No,
of
that's
the
how it
victory to
works. If your
Dubai.
state
That's
is
not how
doing well,
development works.
everybody move down there. That's how it
That's
works.
not how development works. Nobody turns
That's
anywhere.
how development works.
No. People lay very measurable foundations that you talk to experts look at it and say, when Soludo was coming to Anambra, when he was not playing politics yet.
Wait,
he
I still don't get you. If Peter Obi rule, wait, hold on now, hold on. I don't want to. I am not that type of person who just allow you to talk. I will counter you back. So I'm sorry about that one. So if Peter Obi ruled for good 8 years and he couldn't transform Anambra State, where everybody for Imo State, the proliferation of people from Imo, Ebonyi, Abia, will all be running to Anambra State because there's a great transformation going on. You understand? People from Delta, Edo, Ondo, and the likes, Calabar, you understand? And the likes, they'll be running there because just like the way everybody's looking for white-collar, high-paying job, they all move to Lagos. They run to Abuja. You understand? Because good percentage may likely see that kind of opportunity. But we're talking about other states where, what do you see in other states? Apart from government job in other states in Nigeria, it's banned.
That's a different case. People have been going into Lagos since 1950s, even before our independence.
All I'm saying, there's a great transformation that happened in Anambra State. That would have skilled people from Lagos start coming to Anambra State. That's exactly what I want to believe. The same thing, just like they'll say, oh, El-Rufai did very well in Kaduna. If he's doing very well in Kaduna, people will look. If you are doing well, you attract people.
Let me speak now. Can I speak?
Go ahead.
How do you measure development? All these narratives.
Transformation.
Wait,
transformation.
I'm coming. Wait,
that is how you measure development. Transformation. And transformation bring infrastructure, bring opportunities, new opportunity. Because when you transform, you are bringing new opportunity. That is how you measure it.
Okay. Now, when you're talking about development, the narrative you are bringing to use to gauge development is almost like people that are saying, if Anambra is working, why is Anambra person going to Boronu to do business? I see that as a very, very shallow way of gauging.
You are twisting my word. If Anambra is working, simply means they are transforming. And transformation will bring new bread. And when it brings new bread, development brings transformation. And transformation brought new opportunities. So which means the state will be attracting people. Let me tell you, I live in the state of Arizona. Arizona is in the southwest in America. I border Nevada, the popular Las Vegas that you know. I border Texas, I border Colorado, and I border California. California, of course, is the richest state in the whole world. You understand? We have a governor who is a businessman. Attract people, attract business. Businesses from California started proliferating into Arizona. You understand? Arizona started growing. Why the governor is doing these things, the places that they put these businesses and everything, they give people mortgage. They give businesses 10 years tax waiver, 20 years tax waiver. Places that people will say, I will never go. If you know Lagos very well, till today, Badagry is supposed to become, Badagry is one of the acclaimed ancient city in Africa. Badagry is part of that. Till today, Badagry is still not developed. But what was the way you can push people with all the traffic to Badagry? What do? You tell people, come here, come build house. But how do you tell people to come build house there? You first of all put state-of-the-art school. If I'm paying 500,000 for my kids in private schools in Ikeja, and I can see that same standard of school in Badagry as public school, don't you think I will move there? You are putting businesses there. You are putting everything there. Okay. Infrastructure, as infrastructure is coming, it becomes transformation. And it's bringing new type of jobs. It's bringing everything. So these are the things that this governor do. So when the governor is doing it, hold on, no, let me land with this. When the governor is doing it, what do you think is happening? People started moving from other states. The proliferation of people started coming because they see that, oh, business work here. Oh, they give you this waiver. Everybody started moving. Utah did the same thing with this tech thing. You know, a very small state that is known with only the Church of Mammon. That is only what we know Utah for. They did this tech thing. People started running to Salt Lake City. You understand? Texas is doing their own thing. People run to Texas.
Are
But
you
what
aware
I'm saying is that
are you aware that the country you are quoting is practicing true federalism?
Look, all I'm telling you, if we say a governor is woke, if the governor didn't bring no infrastructure, infrastructure, that is what is working. Do you want to go there and go work with what you met? Is it not governors like yourself that build all those things? It was Okpara that built all those things. Just like as we will say, it was this. It was Jakonde that built the schools in Lagos. And that schools that Jakonde built in Lagos, Jakonde was not in federal. That school that Jakonde built in Lagos, it is called infrastructure. That infrastructure brings transformation. And while he was doing all those things, building all these schools, build Lagos State University, building Bagada teaching hospitals and the like, he's creating jobs. You understand? So let's not be saying all these things that will say, oh, somebody did well because they know how to talk, because of they are very, very eloquent, or they know how to use their words.
The funny thing now is that you are now face to face with somebody willing to tell you what somebody did, but you don't want to listen to it.
No, we are conversating. We are conversating.
But I intentionally kept quiet when you were talking so that you probably accord me.
You are talking. I'm talking. I disagree. Look, I can keep. Okay, do you want us to do it? See, it's 2 minutes 34 seconds. Go ahead.
Okay.
2 hours 34 minutes now. Go ahead.
2 points to make. Point number 1: you need to understand that no sovereign unit in Nigeria will function if the entire pack of the country has not designed itself to function. So that means that if the pack called Nigeria structurally is cued not to function, that means that even if you bring a combination of Elon Musk, the best president of America, the best president of UK, and combine all of them and put them under the executive seat of a state in Nigeria as presently constituted structurally, there is only as far as they can go. That is one point to make. Because in a country where you tell me that a country, I'm a state governor, and the commissioner of police can decide to disrespect me, or can decide to tell me that my order is at variance with the order that has been given to him in Abuja. That in a country where I am a chief executive of a state, and you are telling me that solving issues of power in my state, I have to surrender it to the federal government, whether they're incompetent or not. In a country where certain mineral resources in my state, if I'm an oil producing state, gold or whatever it is, that I cannot harness it because it belongs to the federal government. In a country where you can tell me that certain strategic roads in my state are called federal roads, and some governments will come in and say, don't touch federal roads. We are not fixing it, but don't touch it. So when I say that a country that is structurally designed not to work, no matter what your competence is as a chief executive, as a subnational region, as a subnational space, there is only as far as you can go. So when we are measuring the competence of any chief executive, okay, tell me, with all the competence of Soludo, we know he was one of the best CBN governors in Africa. What is he doing in Anambra State now? He's doing averagely okay, nothing super compared to what the world will expect somebody of his capacity administration-wise to do. And it boils down to the point I made. If the country is structurally designed that you can only push a little bit if you have a lot of competence, then you will never see that issue of, did he turn Anambra to Dubai? Did he turn Zamfara to Japan? Did he turn this to Wisconsin? No. But bearing that in mind, that the nation is structurally designed to fail, while we are waiting for the nation to move to a point where we will dismantle that structure of failure and allow progress, while we are waiting for that, which is in the federal level, yeah, we can still judge those saddled in the states by sector, and compare them. There are 36 of them in every set. We take the education sector. We say which point did you meet
Mr. James will like
we say which point did you meet education? Where did you left it? Where did
Mr. James would like to speak.
Where did other 35 governors meet?
Just hold on, Mr. James would like to speak.
Okay, please, go ahead.
You've been there for 4 minutes.
Yeah, you see, the issue also is this. People have talked, they've said a lot about Peter Obi's administration and Soludo, who is there now. In Anambra State, the leaders still go to the overseas for medical treatment. Their children still attend private schools. Those selling bottled water, they are still making their business at the expense of the state water supply scheme. What exactly have they done that is different? Now, if we are saying that it's because of the way the country is structured, I don't entirely agree, because when Ogbemudia was governor of Midwest State, the country was structured the way it is now. But the issue is, he performed, whereas in East Central States, the government of Ukpabi Asika was an unmitigated disaster. The Igbos cried out against that man. So it's not a question of how the country is being structured. During Ogbemudia's time, people were coming from Republic of Benin and Togo to University of Benin Teaching Hospital for medical treatment. They didn't go abroad. For we living there, it was a bonanza for us. So this is how I see it. It's not a question of the man performed very well, he did very well.
But sir, at that time of our national life, generally, even at that time, we see a lot of Ghanaians coming into Nigeria. So it's a general, Nigeria was in a better state generally. We saw even people doing medical tourism into the country. You know what I'm saying? We see traders coming into the country. Unlike now.
The structure was exactly the same as it is now. Yakubu Gowon.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Was in firm control. Ukpabi Asika failed. But Ogbemudia in Midwest succeeded. Clement Esong in Cross Rivers failed. The detailed spiff in Rivers failed. How did Ogbemudia, a high school dropout, accomplish those monumental...
Jakonde.
Which state are you talking about, sir? Which state?
Old Bender State. Bender State.
What state is it now?
Edo Delta.
Is the new Delta and Edo State.
Okay, so is the Edo Dubai now? Like what is it like?
Okay, so when you ask question, let me give you the answer. When you ask question, let me give you the answer.
Because that's usually what they will tell us if we talk about.
Let me, Paul, please finish. Let me talk.
Okay, please. Thank you, Jonaba.
I made the point. Let me answer the question. During Ogbemudia's time, he established Nigerian Observer, Okoro Poultry, Wareke Agbede Farms, what they call Delta Boatyard Warri, Midwest Line, National Stadium, Ogbe Stadium, Benin City, National Museum, Benin City. There are so many projects he executed. So during that time, when he was running his government, we were looking for workers. When we go on holidays, as university students in those days, they co-opt us into the civil service on holiday jobs. They pay us on stipends. That was during Ogbemudia's time. But when he left, the irresponsible governments that took over crashed everything. Nigeria Observer is dead. Benebiri is dead. The water supply system scheme in Benin, kaput, everything the man did, even New Nigeria Bank, Benin City, I don't know if they're still existing, Bendel Insurance Football Club, Bendel Insurance Company, and all these things, the man did it within 8 years. 8.
Mr. James, let me ask, hold on, let me add to what he's saying. So part of the creation of this Midwest states that he's telling you about, when the Midwest people were fighting, you understand, because they were part of the Western region, you understand? So all the development was going in Ibadan, you understand? All the development was going in Ibadan, Lagos and the like. When they fought, immediately they got their own state. You see the massive infrastructure. These are all the things that he is telling you. You understand? Because all the development, nothing was going on. You understand? In the so-called Midwest states. You understand? So when they got the states, they started doing everything. This is the same thing that Jakonde do. Jakonde is the governor. I'm a great beneficiary of Jakonde. Jakonde understands that the ordinary man that is sending his son to go farm, the son will still feed. The man said, I don't have money to send my son 10 miles, 15 miles to go to school. I don't have money. So Jakonde built schools everywhere. One of the ways to open Lagos, Jakonde built the Jakonde Estate. Go look the way Jakonde built the Jakonde Estate, because Lagos was very, very small. Jakonde Estate, Aja, Jakonde Estate, My Tool, Jakonde Estate, Egbeda. My Tool is like central. You understand? Jakonde did all these things, put schools everywhere. So the ordinary man will say, if I don't have money, now the school is in your front and everything. That's a governor that did the same thing, that bring competition and everything. But what we are seeing right now, we are seeing people who continuously want to say, I did well by renovating the road that somebody built, somebody created. You can't find new road to build in the state. You can't find alternative projects. You can't build more universities. So many states have 2, 3 universities, state universities, polytechnic, and the likes. You didn't do all those things. You understand? Then you want to build on the one that you see. Then like you now want to make me understand that, oh, federal didn't owe you that. I said you just want to be lazy like federal government to be looking for what you can tap under. You can use your human resources to achieve a lot. The West that we talk about today, good percentage of nearly everything they achieve is more than human resources than any other thing that you can think of. You understand? So we have to stop this mindset of, because of government didn't allow us to take the things that is under the ground, the things that is this, the one that we have. What are we doing with it?
Can I speak now?
Yeah.
Yeah. What Mr. James said. I intentionally asked Mr. James because the person he scored high. I intentionally wanted to know what the person did. And funny enough, he ended up mentioning things I can mention about Peter Obi as well. Because at the end of the day, you can decide to list out sectors for me. And then you if you don't know, you can say you don't know, but don't just call out and say no, he didn't do anything. Because the way you just listed some things about the guy you mentioned now, I can decide to list the biggest FDI that ever came into Anambra in history till today was attracted by him. A $100 million foreign investor that built their first greenhouse plant in Africa, in Anambra. They didn't go to Lagos, they didn't go to Ogun State, which was the major hubs of industrialization. They keyed into the industrialization agenda of the governor of Anambra State at the time. Anambra, that was a no-go area before this guy came. Insecurity, we just heard about the Bakassi boys and the things that went on in Anambra State. A governor was kidnapped there. A NBA chairman was killed on the street like a goat. That was the state he inherited. A state that didn't have a government lodge, didn't have a government house. It was all burnt down. Didn't have local government, any local government office anywhere in the state. Didn't have state secretariats. Secretariats were being hired on rent before he came. So there was nothing on ground on the state. The guy came from scratch, had to even build the office that he operate from, built government house, built state secretariats that looked like a secretariat that looked like the Pentagon, built a state secretariat, centralized it, built local government offices across all the local governments. Then we are talking about
we said the local government fund. Also we said the local government fund.
Now, why are you doing this?
Go ahead.
My brother?
No, just add that part to it. And we said the local government fund.
Calm down. We're not talking about achievements here. And my Mr. James mentions some achievements which he thinks that this is the reason why I believe this guy performed. And I'm laughing because I'm like, I can measure equal, side by side, everything he mentioned. And now I talked about the FDI. Till today, Soludo, a former central bank governor that is a world global person, has not attracted as much FDI as that guy attracted till today. And this is Soludo's study. It's almost done with first term. He has not attracted it. Jewel Pharmaceuticals is currently the biggest pharmaceutical in the entire Southeast region. It was established in 2012. This guy brought them into the states that keyed into his the industrialization agenda. Go and type and check what is called Onitsha Harbor, Onitsha Harbour is the biggest industrial estate currently in Southeast. Who made the Onitsha Harbour happen? Containing about almost 200 different industries clustered. This guy built their power stations currently with solar and power stations. Currently, the Onitsha Harbour is having 24/7 lights, clustering industries and manufacturing springing up from pharmaceuticals to cosmetics to rubber to wire to appliances and everything being made there just at the bank of Head Bridge. All the connecting road, he built it to that place, including before 2006. Immediately you descend from the Niger Bridge into Anambra State, what you see is complete chaos. People, you can be stuck there for 2 hours, 5 hours. It will not be moving with one tiny road. This guy expanded and built a 10-lane in that Opiweka, 10 solid lane with RCC, leading into the Onitsha Harbour by the left and straight down, going into the state, opening the front line of the state immediately, completely, and industry started pouring in. Before 2006, Nnewi was the only place you would find in manufacturing industries in Anambra State. After this guy was done, this guy said, I am going to create an industrial hub in Onitsha, so that Onitsha will not only boast of Onitsha main market. By the time he was done, you can list industries that sprang up under him, people commissioning industries here. What was he doing? And most of those, Anambra became an oil producing state under his watch. That was a battle he fought to make the state oil producing state, bringing up to the commissioning of Orient Petroleum. Today, Anambra State is collecting 13 derivatives. Somebody fought for it. Business Park in Onitsha was built by this guy. Stock exchange was built by this guy. We never had any stock exchange in Anambra State before he came. He built the Anambra Stock Exchange. He brought in Central Bank into the state. Bank branches soared to the almost, I think Anambra had like the 4th or 5th highest cluster of bank branches, and that's what will show you that a state was doing well at the time. Under him, bank branches spread everywhere. That means that business was working under him. You're talking about estates. Go and check all the biggest estates in Awka under him. Ngozi Kai Estate and most of those estates. This guy floated the Anambra transport system called Trackers. There was no Anambra, didn't have transport system before then. And then he floated Anit Transport as well, which made a 50% profit in 1 year of floating that organization under transportation. Guess what? That particular Anit Transport died under the next governor, just like the example Mr. James cited with the guy he talked about. That next governor couldn't manage it, but this is something that this guy floated, and under 1 year, they doubled the number of cars in Anit Transport. Under 1 year, they doubled the number of cars that the governor started the business with under the state. Currently, Sabmila, which was the second largest brewer in the world, currently is the single highest taxpayer to the Anambra State government, with 60% of its employment base being Anambrarians. And that was one of the legislation the governor passed, that every FDI that come into the state, first of all, will own some percentage, and first of all, you must employ your 60% of your employment base must be Anambrarians.
But I'm checking. I checked everywhere. I didn't see any 10-lane on the Shahabo Road. Never.
Opiweka is 10-lane now. What are you saying?
I didn't see it. Never. I'm checking. I'm online right now checking.
Opiweka is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lane. Sorry, an 8-lane express road from a mediocre tiny road that people go and stop there for 5 hours. Immediately they enter into the state. The first thing you meet is misery. Before he came, he opened up the entire space. And I'm telling you, you can confirm all these things. Onitsha Business Park was built by him. Onitsha North Stadium was built by him. Onitsha South Stadium was built by him. ShopRite.
Did he build? Look, because you make mention of local government, you make mention of secretariat.
Onitsha North local government was built by him.
In the name of renovation, did he build a new place? Like they didn't have new local government in this time, so there is a structure there. You understand? They just come there and do renovation.
They were burnt down. Did you know the story of Anambra pre-2006? Anambra was what Obi called it that time is where the mad people have taken over the asylum. Anambra was in carnage before then. You get what I'm saying? This guy even started with insecurity to begin with, because the state was ungovernable. it was ungovernable because it was under the state capture of Godfathers before he came. And the first thing, and why you ask this guy, when he tell you I was a performer, he will tell you, go to when I was campaigning in 2006, that the way you measure leaders is not by saying, did he turn this to Dubai? No. Go and check what they promised before they were hired. Then check if they delivered what they promised. And he listed it for you and tell you, I didn't promise heaven and earth. I promised deliverables that I was sure I had the plan and strategy to deliver. First of all, I promised I was going to turn around the education system in this state that was already was a disgrace at the time. In fact, at the point, schools were shut down. I think, in fact, the governor before Ngige, APDP had to say, tell him, we are not giving you tickets because you have scattered that state. I was going to turn this state and make it one of the leading in education in the country. His promise number one. He promised the same thing with health. He said, I'm going to make this state one of the top 5 in industrialization in the country. He achieved it by 2014. He said, I'm going to meet the entire Millennium Development Goals.
So why
by
did
2014.
he break the biggest law? Why did he?
Wait now. Let me
Why
finish.
did he keep local government?
You don't want to hear.
No. It's just a question I'm asking.
Wait now. Wait. He said he promised he was going to meet the Millennium Development Goal, all of it, by 2014. By 2014, he emerged as number 1, according to UNDP in Abuja. The number 1, he met the entire Millennium Development Goal. And that was the promise he made. He said he was going to return the state to sanity. He returned it to sanity. By the time he was done, Godfatherism was gone from Anambra. Because he drew a line and told them, he said that I am the one in charge of this state or you are. So he said that I survive or you survive. At the end of the day, they had to vacate the state for him. All of them relocated to Abuja, the people that turned the state to hell. That he was able to pass along a state with one of the most healthy finances for the misery he inherited in 2006. He passed a state with a stable political space, socio-political space, no brigandage, no kidnapping of governor, no godfather anywhere. He removed power from all of them and returned it back to the people. He restructured the school system, which was almost unmanageable before then, returned schools to some of the schools that were previously owned by the original owners, which no governor was able to do, even though they all tried to do it, but they couldn't pull it off because it was a very emotional and sensitive topic to delve into. And he monstered the political college. He went to that place, he said, I will do it because that's what our education needs to move forward. And he did it. He did the legislations to back it up permanently, and nobody has been able to reverse it to today. And that structure, when Soludo entered Anambra, one of the things he said is that we are going to retain Obi's education model. Go and search it online. He said it. His model, his structure, we will retain it because it's working. So what I want is, when people want to judge people, tell me, what did this person promise? List it. If it's just 5, I don't even need you to promise 50 things. What did you promise? A, B, C, D, E, F. That is all I want to judge you with. Did you deliver it or didn't you deliver it? It's as simple as that. So even if you don't want to go like that and you want to go the way of Mr. James to be naming infrastructure, I will be naming for you. I just told you the state become oil producing state under his watch. Today, others are earning derivative because of the battle he fought. Orient Petroleum, so many. This guy invested in power and everything. Anambra the finances was stable. So even Soludo said it during his campaign that Peter has created a good foundation for us in these states. This is the time to turn it to Dubai, Taiwan. That's what he said during his campaign. Even though I don't know what he's now doing with Dubai, Taiwan. But he acknowledged that this guy created a solid development foundations for the block to be easily built. So when we are judging people, let's know what they inherited and where they moved it from point A to point B. It's not okay to say, oh, this place is not looking like Texas. Oh, if you did something, it is clear. Ask anybody in Delta State that during this guy's time, that is when Delta people started sending their kids to Anambra to school. Go out and tweet it and ask people. That is when it is even on record that some of Okowa's children back then schooled in Anambra schools under Peter Obi. It is under Peter Obi that you will see where a public school.
Wait, it's okay.
No, because he.
It's okay, though.
No, I feel. I don't know whether it's lack of, maybe you didn't know, or you are just using the here.
Anambra,
Wait, you don't be giving us slumber every time all over social media, telling us what we know.
How the state was in 2006.
How was it? Wait, you let us talk. You will just talk for 6 hours. Always want to dominate.
Anambra is not part of the oil production state.
No, it's not part of it. It's not part of it, Mr. Paul.
No,
it's not part of
no, hold on.
It's getting 13% derivative. So
Anambra is not getting, just like as they find in the north and they find in Lagos.
No, they are getting that. They are getting 30% now. Yeah. But they are 30%.
No. Nigeria. I don't think so.
No, that is real. Just Google it and see. That is real.
No. Hold on. They found oil in Anambra State. They found oil in Lagos, which I forgot the state, the one they find in the north. You understand?
No, Anambra is getting 30%.
30%. Anambra is not part of. It's not part of the state that is getting that derivation.
Is it the problem?
I'm telling you, Anambra is getting 30% derivation.
For you to say that you don't know that Anambra is getting this thing for some years now, that means that the problem you had with Peter Obi was actually lack of knowledge of what was going on in Anambra, because you don't even know the.
Wait, let me talk.
Anybody will know. Anybody will know
that. We cannot be allowing you like this. You have to let people talk. You can't go to platform and just dominate. You have to allow people talk. No.
I got my time.
Yeah, but you have been watching. You have been there to listen to you. You are just stammering on one thing every time. You have to let people talk.
He spoke for a long time now. I only got one chance to speak and I spoke. That's it.
No, only one time. The last time, every time.
You've been speaking.
So, I've been speaking. I know it's only like uptimes like that. If other uptime,
I'm done speaking. I
got you on the conversation. You just like a teacher. They only take you to long travel so that you'll be tired of the conversation. That is the way it's. The only answer is this thing. I want to ask you. You said Peter Obi brought CBN to Anambra, Abi. So was Anambra created in 2006 that Peter Obi brought out? All states have CBN branch. Please don't be giving us that kind of I don't want to use the word I'm supposed to use. You understand? So if you are not talking about hold on.
You don't know about
let me finish now.
As if you know.
You're not going to let us finish. That's your problem.
Any listener to go and Google their Google now. Anybody
okay, wait now. Oh my God. Let me ask you a question so you clarify what you want to clarify. You don't need to be yelling at each other, please. All states have a CBN branch, so it's not one person that is compulsory to have a CBN branch in all states. So it's not one person that will bring it. It's not a project. Okay. So number two, you said something. Why I come in the last time of you was not around. You said Peter Obi because of the way Nigeria is designed. That is why for security you have to Abuja is the owner to do anything. Your resources. Let me ask you a question. So because the way Nigeria is designed, that is why Peter Obi never conducted a local government election for 8 years. Two, so because Nigeria is designed, that is why you can't build we have three roads in Nigeria. Federal road, state road, local government road. So because the way Nigeria is designed, that's why Peter Obi did construct all the local government and all the state road in Anambra State.
Anambra has the highest rural roads in Nigeria as of 2014. Go and Google it as well.
Oh,
you know my own. I will always be telling you to go and Google. No need to be coming to exchange words. Anambra had the highest rural road network in Nigeria as of 2014, according to Nigeria Senate. Go and Google it. So let's not just come and be throwing things around.
Wait, now, you are the one telling us that because the way Nigeria is designed, I'm trying to tell you that doesn't hold any water. You are the one that said it. You said because the way Nigeria is designed, that is why any governor cannot make. That is why.
I'm speaking to another space. Maybe you join halfway.
Wait. You don't need to use like when Mr. James was telling you about the Midwest region, you understand? You now ask a question. You say, is now those state Dubai now?
Yeah,
Then Mr. Paul now answer you.
Now.
Wait, this man, I not talk again. They talk. Only you they talk. Bye.
I'm engaging you the way everybody was engaging me when I'm speaking, so I don't know what you mean, though. The point I want to clarify, whether you want to speak or not, my brother, the point I want to clarify is you misquoting me. Clearly, what I said when I said that was when my brother said that did he turn it to Dubai, did he turn it to this? I said nobody can turn anything in Nigeria with the way Nigeria is simple.
Uptown. Anambra can be part of the state that can get 13% oil derivation. Anambra can be. But for the fact that they are not taking anything there, they are not doing anything there. 9 states is getting it.
Anambra is getting derivatives, my brother.
I understand. Go read Vanguard of March 2024. You said I should Google. You said I should Google now. I'll just give you one. You said I should Google. I just give you one.
Paul.
Go ahead.
Okay. There is no need of this up and down. This is part of Peter Obi people trying to use their eloquent, and over the year, if that is what they have, is an example of Peter Obi.
I mentioned things, though. Nobody have debunked what anything I mentioned.
Which one? They have not. The old Peter Obi do not build any university. They do not.
He built a Bariam campus of Anambra.
Wait, you not gonna let person talk. The thing is, you not gonna let person talk. Now there is no. Thank God for the one you mentioned. But if this is the standard that you have set as a politician or as a citizen of Nigeria, your expectation is like Peter Obi or any other current or the few years politicians that are the people that in your corridor that you can say, oh, these are the best. And that is the level you are seeing things, you are entitled to it. But for me and every other person here, to hear a young man like you defending this kind of standard that we cannot be better, and the only way you are comparing is that it's Dubai.
Where do you want to import leaders from? You want to import leaders from?
Listen to me now. The true leader we have not seen them. They may be in Nigeria, but their voice might be silenced by the career politicians, including the person you are coming here to defend today. But one thing, like I'm saying to you clearly, as a citizen of Nigeria, and this is the level you are operating, that these are the best we have. And this is the standard we should operate with, and you don't see anything beyond it.
I am with a particular standard. You have not even come up with any.
I've told you that
we said we can't find any. Now that's why we are telling you we can't find any.
That we can challenge. Listen to me. Listen to me carefully. Listen to me carefully. My daughter run 20 meters, represent the state of Texas. The measurement of it, or how is your speed? The fact that she beat every other person in the state does not mean she can win even Olympic game. So let me tell you, through your power of imaginations and what you are aware of, if somebody do not meet the standard, you can say, this is not my standard, I project to be. So I'm not going to argue with you up and down. You are entitled to your own way of life and your judgment and the level of your knowledge about how things should be.
Sir, did you hear when I said that how I judge is what did you promise? Did you deliver what you promised?
I don't need any man promise. It's just like saying that people have a bad. I don't need it. All politicians around the world, including Americans, are liars. So there is what we are advocating for. First and foremost, let us have a system that can promote yes, that we can.
I'm also part of that conversation
and also a judiciary system, because any system that you project without consequences for actions, that you can get away with it based on who you know and who you don't know, and not that you merit it or not that you can deliver, that is the major standard. And anyone that can meet this standard is welcome, and anybody can fight to establish these institutions that every Nigerian and every citizen of the world can look at Nigeria and say, you have wake up, you're on your pathway to progress, you're going to deliver the black nation. Then that is my own leader that I will embark on, and this is not by whether the minority or they are the majority. It's just about a standard that is fair enough for everybody to strive, be able to walk on the street without fear, in the insecurity, have opportunity to delegate and regulate. The government can have a standard, and not the corrupt politicians and judiciary system that have no idea, rather their selfish interests, and they never see beyond their lifetime, that even the stealing, all that they have been stealing and that they are giving to their generation to come will still be wasted, because that is not how nation prosper. Neither is anybody that operate out of fear that, oh, because of the people before me, I saw them line up looking for money to get paid for their pension, and they die. So I will not establish a system that will benefit. Rather, I also become part of a stealing person in the society. This is not what I'm for. And anybody that is part of this thing, it doesn't want to be my own leader. So that's why I can tell you categorically.
What is your solution? What is your solution to Nigeria problem today? Let's just give you the power now. Give us a solution.
If you give me the power today, to be honest with you, even if you are putting me, maybe what you ask me is bigger than what you may project, what you expect of me answering you. If I have the power today, all the churches in Nigerian pastor, they are gone. They are gone. The traditional leader, they are gone. The politicians, they are gone. I'm ready to die with it.
Are you going to arrest them or?
They are gone. I'm not going. They are gone. Whatever the definition to it, go find out.
They are in their churches now. Like it's a private property.
They are gone. They are gone. They are gone. Anyone that is banned, anyone that is
not banned. Your regulation.
Anybody that is part of this thing, that part of what kept us to where we are today. That knowingly or unknowingly, there are many ignorant Nigerian leaders that don't even see beyond their nose, because you can only know what you know. Just like you give credit to Obasanjo. Obasanjo, to me, even though Nigerian work well based on the economic and that stage, that he did what he did. It's also part of the problem we are suffering today. So, but if that is the level you guys see things, that because it was bad, it was good to bad, bad to worse to where we are, then it's okay. But
okay, can I ask you a follow-up question on that? You said you're going to back all these people. Can you give me any precedents of any country where your method was adopted?
Yes, a lot of them. Even Singapore, even Tokyo, Japan, many countries, even China today. Not even ban. You know, they will have before this
democracy.
What are you going to change? I'm not going to tell you.
Go and read your book and go see the name that they call it.
Now let's always be on context.
Okay, China today, what do you call them?
China is not a democracy.
Okay, what do you call it? But is it working? Oh no, but is it working?
It's working. Yes, it's working.
Okay, yes. Japan is what?
And who say China is not democracy?
No. Whether it's democracy or not democracy,
China
but
is not
it not working? If I come, whether it's democracy or not democracy, is the vision for the people. We are not even ready for democracy. So me, I'm not even. This democracy we have is the same way we adopted religion when we are not ready for it and abandoned what you work for us. So we are not even ready for democracy. So I'm not even talking about.
Jonaba, when people try to speak with the tone of the US, to say China is not democracy, Xi Jinping that is there, how did he got there?
No, man. That's what, even if it's not the democracy, is he working for the people? Is China is not one of the countries that the whole world is afraid about the level of their development and involvement 60%. And power?
Production for 60% of the whole world.
So I don't care whether it's democracy or not. If China is not democracy and it's working for them, then we too don't need democracy. Let's go for what works for us. Thank you.
Sometimes when we talk about these things, it's just kind of funny. So when you talk about these universities and the likes, look, I can literally apply for any university in the UK, just like as every Nigerian will apply for university. From Nigeria, they'll apply in UK, they'll apply in Europe, UK, Canada, the US, to say they got admission, they get everything, they're traveling. Can I apply for any school in Anambra State like that? You understand? that I will stay in somewhere else. I will go online. In these universities, this university that you are talking now, I will apply, I will do anything. I will apply to get an appointment with a doctor in state-owned hospital from my own room, find a gynecologist, find a neurology, find a doctor in that hospital, get an appointment, know that I have an appointment for 7:30 on Tuesday, and I will get there for 7 o'clock. They'll get me arranged for 7:30 appointment. Can I really get that? That is where I see leadership. But if I can't stay at the comfort of my home to make inquiry from all the so-called regulators, the so-called parastatals and ministry, I can't stay on my own to make an arrangement that I want to do a decking, I want to roof my house. I can go online and make an appointment. And when I make this appointment, the city will come out, carry out the inspection, and they will go without them seeing me or me see them. I can't find leadership, my brother. Let's wake up. I don't know where you live, whether you live in Nigeria or you live here in the West. I don't know. But I can't. No. I don't see that.
Beyond our talking on the internet. You now, at least me, I'm advocating for next election. This is what we can do. Let's talk about leadership recruitment. What is or are you part of those that said revolution now, burn it all down, let's start from scratch? So what is your approach?
I don't believe in burn it all down, but I equally also don't believe in praise. I equally don't believe in giving somebody glory that don't earn it.
Okay, so what's your approach?
After
us as a country.
After, if you are advocating for next election, don't sell Obi to us.
Okay, give me a name now. At least you have rejected my name. Give me a name.
Don't sell Obi to anybody because we get more enemy and nobody will listen to you.
I am a realist, yeah. So I didn't say you must take Obi. So now I give you Obi. Say no. I
because why you don't like Soludo is because of the statements he made during election.
I don't like Soludo.
Finish, nothing more.
Me?
So you cannot be saying Soludo is not working. You are telling us Obi work. You understand? So
but wait, at what point
this is part of the establishment. You don't need people like that to be. They cannot sell all those things.
Can you remind me when I said I don't like Soludo?
No, you asked us. You said Soludo. I've been listening to it for more than 1 hour.
No, I said Soludo is what?
You said Soludo is not working. You said Soludo is not doing anything. That is what
no. You see the
listen back on what you said.
Conversation.
He says Soludo is not doing much like Obi.
No,
so what are you doing? You are telling us to do turn the other bracket.
Let me tell you clearly.
Mr. Paul is asking you, are people migrating there?
Down, my brother. I am
That's the question. It's as simple as that.
When I called Soludo's name,
people migrate to where life is better, where things are good.
I was speaking, calm down, my brother. I was speaking to the structure of the entire country. I said that if a country is engineered structurally not to succeed, there is only much, that's the phrase I use, that even a good administration would do at the subnational level. And I cited Soludo. I said Soludo has everything. He was one of the best CBN governors here, but let's see what he's doing now. He's doing okay, but not to the extent of what you imagine.
You can't judge him. It's 2 years. 2 years plus. Now it's going to 3 years. You are not judging somebody who spent 8 years. No local government election.
My brother,
and that person was campaigning for local government election. That is not hypocrite.
Soludo has not done it either. What are you saying? He hasn't done it.
Yes, that's because Soludo is 2 years. And he's preparing for it now. But somebody was there 8 years.
Calm down. He has not done it either.
Soludo is preparing for election now, for local government election now. He's preparing for it.
For local government election. Where? Because the Supreme Court are trying to withdraw their money. Let
it prepare. But what of somebody that do 8 years? He never conducted. Well, no, don't tell me because you wait somebody.
The person is looking for good leader, but the person don't have what it takes to do.
And he was coming to those stage the other day, campaigning for local government election. I say, what kind of hypocrite is this one?
Can you swear?
We come to those states to campaign for local government election with Akpata the last year. I say, what kind of hypocrite is this one?
Can you swear that you didn't conduct local government election?
For good 8 years. It's not.
Did he
conduct local government election?
No.
Obi did not conduct local government election.
What are you saying? It's not about 18 years. The Anambra State, Google is there, it's on record. Even this man that died,
Obi said they are taking him to court. Obi did not.
No, last 3 months. Wait, Mr. Paul, wait 1 minute. After last 3 months. Wait now, you ask me a question now. Let me answer you again. Let me give you the recent memory. If you don't even believe my own, let me give you the recent memory. It's not to 3 months. In the plenary in the Senate, this man, what is his name? This senator from Anambra that late yesterday in London. Ifeanyi Ubah, Ifeanyi Ubah, this Anambra that late yesterday. This senator. He even go and watch it less than 2 months ago in Senate plenary. He said for the more than 16 years, they have not conducted local government election in Anambra State.
But it's not true.
That's the senator from that place.
It's not about senator. Go to your Google now. What are we doing like as if
I told you. I said Obidi Kolo. You said no. I should give you. I now give you a senator that is the present senator. You have been there for years.
Forget about senator. Go to Google.
You should not forget about senator. I believe you that is not a senator.
In 2013 or not?
There is no. Why are you lying? Why are you lying up time? Why will you stop all this lie?
Our dear esteemed listeners, please go to your Googles and check if we conduct an election
I'm on Google right now.
Okay.
I'm on Google now. Google right now.
Okay.
So they asked the question: the presidential candidate of Labour Party on February 25th election, Peter Obi, has explained why he did not conduct local government.
Don't mind this man. You never know up time. We know up time. Oh yeah. Peter Obi, Raymond Murphy. Raymond Murphy challenge. He challenged Peter Obi. He said he never built any school from scratch and finished it. The after Akon was telling us, Peter Obi came out on the 24th of April this year, have a press conference. He said why he did not build any school from scratch. There was many dilapidated schools. He renovated. But after he speaks 15
minutes. The person that opened that article, can you read it? Can you read it? Read that article. Read it for us, please. Read it.
I'm giving you word by word.
Yes, read it. Okay, everybody quiet.
Daily Trust of February 25th.
He not conducting that when he want come up for there, Sikulata don't talk. When he say employ many people, staff, SSA, you don't make appropriation for them. Don't tell me. 3 months for you to go.
Local government election is 3 years, not even 4 years. So you have what it takes to conduct 2 local government elections.
You guys should learn to apologize when you are wrong. You said you did not conduct it at all. I told you, can you swear that you didn't conduct it? You said yes, you can swear that you didn't conduct it.
Why you do it? Somebody is there for good 8 years. 3 years to your 3 months to your tenure. 3 months. Not 3 months. No, that is not. No, that is why it was political. It was political.
You won't be church before. What is my political? Is he church business before? Which one is political? It's not political before.
Why must he stay there for 8 years if he conduct local government election? Why?
Did he conduct local government election or not?
He did not conduct that 3 months to end of his tenure. He just did it because he wanted to leave. He wanted to use those people. He wanted to use those people to work the election. That is it. Let's not defeat ourselves here. Don't tell us all this. Don't tell all this to us again. The more you tell it to us, it's not our brain.
Just few minutes ago, you could almost swear by your life that you didn't. But now,
yes. I said so.
I'm still telling you. Hear me. He never do one election. No, that 3 months is not election. You cannot be there for good 8 years and 3 months to your tenure. You do Tenaniga and keep to us. That is not election. Don't say he did. He did. Why was he not? Why did he do it for 7 years? So 3 months to go because you want to use it.
But that was not the argument you were advancing before. So we need to settle whether he conducted or not. So
no, he never conducted. People want to that 3 months. I cancel it. He didn't conduct. No, now use that one. Okay, you see this guy? What is that? Man, I can't hold that 3 months after 7 years and 9 months.
Okay. Let's even agree that. Let's even agree that he conducted. Hello, can I speak? Please, let's even agree that he conducted the election. Hello. Let's agree that he conducted the election 3 months before his tenure expired. Please, can you tell us what he do with the money for 7 years and 9 months that he did not conduct election? What did he do with local government's money?
Okay, can I respond to you? Let me respond to you. Thank you very much. One, we have all agreed that he conducted local government election. That is one, which my brothers were pushing, which was lies. Secondly, on the timing. This guy, I told him to read the full article. He cleverly avoided it. But let me read it for him because I know that space. Anybody in Anambra knew that litigations from the PDP-dominated Anambra State Assembly and even outside had a lot of court orders restricting the governor of Anambra State from conducting an election. And some of these court orders crossed over from the previous administration. The last vacated court order, the last vacated one that the Attorney General of Anambra State was able to vacate happened at the tail end of 2012. And immediately after it happened, Obi started constituting the Anambra electoral body and said he must conduct the election, even though they have ended up to...
What did he do with the money? Leave history.
Calm down.
What did he do with the money? You like history too much. That is not exist.
Because you don't want to know it.
Tell us where the money is. This is a straight question. Straight to the heart.
My brother, calm down. You are not the one that asked the question, but you are hijacking.
No, I brought the question up. That didn't finish it. Tell us what he did with the money. That is the 250 million.
When did you switch immediately for he didn't conduct it now? You're talking about money.
He didn't conduct it. Tell us what he did with the money of the local government election. He didn't conduct for good 8 years. Tell us what he did with the money that we want to hear now. You want used to read about I don't please I beg.
Like I said before, and I'm talking largely to people that are not emotionally attached or people that just want to get knowledge.
Call it anything. Call it anything. Tell us what he did with the money. Tell us what he did with the money. Call it anything.
Let's calm down, my brother. 3 spaces. Did he conduct or not? He did. Space 1 gone. Why did he conduct it late? He had litigations restricting him from conducting the election, vacated in 2012 and conducted in 2013. Space number 3, which is the last thing, what did he do with local government funds? I cited one example for you. That as of 2014, Anambra was adjudged by the Nigeria Senate as the state with the best rural roads in Nigeria, and all of those rural roads are in the local governments constructed by this man, most of them completed by him, inherited from the other administration, and new ones opened up by him as well. That is 1. 2, in every single sector, and this is one of the things he explained in 2014 when he was handing over, in every single sector, because he had a government policy called every community choose your project. So you choose your project across every sector. So choose your project in education, choose your project in health, choose your project. What do you want? Do you want a community clinic? Do you want a nursing clinic? Or you want to focus on this or infant mortality and all of that? Now, if you aggregate all of that and you check the reason why he emerged as #1 governor in meeting the Millennium Development Goal according to UNDP, you will find out that most of the metrics on the Millennium Development Goal are resident on the local governments. So that means that if he didn't use the local government money, he wouldn't have met Millennium Development Goal, because #1, how will he have emerged #1 in infant mortality in the rural areas where it's local government domiciled if he didn't use the money to fix the health centers in those rural areas, in those local governments, for him to meet the Millennium Development Goal, which nobody can doubt that he met.
So Peter Obi lost his governorship election. Peter Obi went to court, fight 2 times. You understand? And never that thing. But for local government, Peter Obi allowed it to run because he's taking the money. He allowed it to run.
Before you respond to him, let me just add something to it. Before you respond to him, let me just add something to it. You said something just now that he was giving.
Let me quickly add in local government. Remember, I told you if you're talking about Onitsha North local government, the complex was constructed by Peter Obi from scratch to finish. Onitsha South was constructed for him scratch to finish. Most of the local government offices, which those local governments those chairman when he did the election, every office they had to go out to, he constructed it. There was nothing existent there. Most of the local governments were being burnt down under Chris Ngige. which he constructed. So that means that there
So
was
when Peter Obi was constructing this local government, he was constructing it, but nobody is operating
which
there.
money was used to build Onitsha North local government complex, which an edifice in Onitsha North? Which money was used there with private money? Which one did he use to build Onitsha South local government? Which one did he use to build Orumba? Which one did he use to build other local government secretariats he built? It's not
local government body is different from state allocation. Oh. I don't know what you are saying. Local government allocation is different from state allocation from the fact. State get their own, local government get their own. So you cannot say
every separate local government get their different allocation. The 774 local government, the 774, none of them get the same. They all have their different allocations.
You said something just now that I'm not quite understanding of. You said an organization named P2B as the best in health. Please, can you name any of the health centers that he starts from the scratch and complete?
He has dropped. Mr. Lawan, don't need. He has dropped already. He dropped. I think he dropped. Uptown level, we know Uptown, Uptown, I show you they do. Go dominate the conversation. We make you get fed of the explanation so that you don't want to even ask again. You don't even care. We take you to Israel, back to Jamaica, back to Sri Lanka.
You know all those type of things. Say Peter Obi is explaining and everything. See,
conducted
bad leader.
The money I can see that. To this guy, honestly, I can even reason with collateral. So those local government money, that's the money that was resting in Panama. That is the money that was resting in Panama.
There is something I would have loved to ask him that I was unable to ask him because he said
give us again another year.
Because of the court cases, the man could not be conduct a local government election. Does that mean now that if the state and the I live very close to the airports.
Okay, no problem.
Sorry. Does that mean now that if the federal government and the state government had issue, they will not conduct election in that state again? Because this is constitutional matter.
No, let me come and lie to us now. They will tell us we don't know what we are saying.
Despite the fact that Tinubu and what is his name? Obasanjo had issues over local government. Local government elections were conducted 3 times under Tinubu in Lagos. That court case never stopped them from conducting elections. I don't understand where he's coming from. I would have loved him to explain that.
The truth of the matter, let me tell you the truth of the matter. What happened there? You know, because Peter Obi was having litigation, he was impeached. Because he was impeached, you understand? And they went to court. When the first time the mandate, they stole their mandate, the way they put it. They stole the mandate, then they went to court. When they come back, because of that is what did they call these people in the state? All these political this thing they call the political giant and the warrior in the state. You understand? Godfather. So you have to stop the local government so that none of them will have power. You understand? To mobilize with them in case of the next election. You understand? That would mobilize against the next election against him against the second tenure. That's why you stop it till the ending. When they want to go, that conduct, leave it for them like that. 3 months to go. So no matter, they are not going to do anything. They want to come and tell us what we know, blue and black.
If you know the way local government fund is, you will not say this. Remember when Obasanjo withheld Tinubu's Lagos State local government fund? When Fashola came, when Yar'Adua released those money to Fashola, you see the massive infrastructure that was going on in Lagos.
Mr. Paul, no, point of correction. Even the money Obasanjo withheld from a local government is not the one recognized by the constitution. The one Tinubu created extra, the LD or what they call them. You understand? When Yar'Adua come, he pay everything because they win again. He pay everything, both the backlog, everything, pay back to Lagos State. So I don't know what they want to come and tell us. You said this to us, we support it, but that election is over. Don't continue to send more propaganda and lie for us.
All I'm saying, if some of us can stand up in Nigeria, we can go online and apply for schools in Europe, UK, America, Canada. We say we get admission, we follow our visa process, we travel, school is waiting for us, and everything. Can you really do that if you tell me this person understands leadership? Can I get it? I can set up a doctor's appointment here? We all can do all those things if you have the means. We can do all those things. Can you really do that? You understand? For human being to say, Nigeria, that you see human being want to see your face, then they do like our face. Even to do passport, they like our face. Come, make we see you. Fly plane, travel everywhere. You understand? So
You want tell us, you say Okowa. You want to talk about you say Okowa Pikin, they go school for Anambra because of the
Okowa, who was a senator.
Okowa that was a senator. The Pikin don't see me go school, can't go school for. I see this guy,
Except baby mama. Baby mama.
You know, see one thing, see what they will say. Anambra is number one. You see, those people that will write jam, they will go to write jam in Ogun State, write jam in maybe the Ekiti State, and look most of the result. It's not even in Anambra they are writing those jam. They will not say the person from Anambra. They will not take it and say it's Anambra that school will be built. Where did he write the jam? Go and check it.
Thank God you know Lagos. Thank God you know Lagos. You know Igboleju, Snake Island. Where Niger Dock is. Yeah. So you cross water, you cross Tinkan, you cross boat from Tinkan to cross to inside that village. Man, anybody that writes exam there, everybody will make the exam. Because the people that want to come inspect discover that they say, oh, Snake Island High School, Tinkan. No, they'll say Tinkan. Inspector go reach there, we walk on the call discover saying go cross Tinkan water to the other side. You understand? So everybody will pay money to make sure that they go write their GCE, they go write their exam there. Because even though if you write your exam safe, you as an inspector, if you even cross the water to inspect, then you do any other. Say, "Oh, go see, I go take go back."
Where you go back? That's where you go.
You see, everybody will pass. So at the end of the day, everybody will say, if you want to write exam, some people will be scared of people carry their children to cross that water. But because they will pass the exam, they will pray blood of Jesus, they'll carry their children to go cross the exam and write it. You know all the thing. You understand? Look, we can put anything we want to put in Google. You understand? Because we are doing it today for tomorrow to use it as a reference case.
What even funny me, Pastor? Senator that have been in that state for more than 16 have been something a senator that all the host in the 3rd district. You the time me say I should not mind waiting senator they talk. Now waiting you talk. Huh? Have you ever seen somebody like this uptown? I should know what the senator that represents you is saying. That have all the information of that local government, everything there. They're not telling me what he says is lie. I should believe you. That maybe if you go to Anambra now, uptown is in Lagos, so you know the Anambra, the Lagos is there. His name is uptown of Lagos, so maybe name. When they tell you say that Dorado, but you not go invest there, make it come show us, carry us, go back. May tell us so Nigeria make when they come. Once said we say something. I should leave all those things. Can't something for us, not be telling us this one. What did you do with the money? You are giving us story. No, we don't. Now you drop. I bet maybe you can't tell us what you do with the money. Maybe that the money there for Panama. Most will know today. Because we have been looking for where to know the source of that money.
And you see, Nigeria, when Asaba started doing very, very well, you understand, when they started building Asaba, trying to open up Asaba, build all this new structure, this and that and this and everything. These are the things that I'm talking about. How development will bring infrastructure, you understand, will transform a city, a state, whichever way. The movie industry that you keep hearing up Iweka Road on this, all of them moved to Asaba. But they will only call it Asaba actor, Asaba actress. You understand and everything. So these are the things. See, just little things that they try to put just there. You understand? It affects the business in Onitsha. The business have to cross the state to Delta State, to Asaba. So these are the things. See, when you put the right infrastructure, not this type of infrastructure where you see people who build a road of 100 million, then pay 700 million to call a rice, call channels, call AIT, to call commission road. I don't know where the commission road for UK, Europe, and America. Now only Nigeria the commission road. You understand? So these are all the funny things. The transformation alone will bring new type of job. Will attract people. Nigeria, nearly all the states in Nigeria, if you go there, apart from government businesses, what do we see? We see bank that is just here to take people's money. And then for that thing, you don't see anything. If you are talking about all this massive infrastructure that is doing and then for that thing, then somebody will say, get all these things. They are running to Lagos, they are running to Abuja, to Port Harcourt.
Mr. Paul, see, go back to memory. You remember the time when they grow, they come. Worry, if your uncle don't go worry, go work. You be like, when they say they go, let's say they come jammed. What person come for worry that time? When worry they boom. Worry they boom. Somebody come for worry, be like who come from abroad. You know, sir.
And you don't say before they even worry, they boom. You know, say Sapele and first they know.
Sapele, no, wait, you know, because I want to talk waiting, they try to tell this guy, say, waiting development, I think they attract people. Because when worry can start all this, they veer something, can they disturb, they veer everybody, can they form different chief title, they collect the veer everywhere. Every truck stop there. If like the rascality come too much, all those potential, that make people come the Lagos come start to the open high. That people come begin to the migrate. All they come they begin to the migrate to Lagos. That's what it is.
That's how the company
on a serious note, you now form my hand though.
You understand?
On a serious note, you now form my hand. How can someone claim that a governor built CBN and you are still agreeing?
That guy, no, I don't know if you know those things.
I agree. I need to
write that's it now. I ask you, federal project. I go tell me federal project. All state
central bank. They not do the zone. What is it called? As at the time Obi was there, Anambra had the worst erosion in the entire world.
No, that's what I just world. That's what I Anambra.
Maybe not Fidelity Central Bank. Maybe not Fidelity Central Bank.
Something to do with that.
Maybe not Fidelity Bank. Honestly, you want to talk. Maybe not Fidelity Bank. You want to talk. Honestly,
maybe it's Fidelity Central Bank anyway, because
you beat Central Bank.
To say the governor built Central Bank, it sounds somehow like you said a governor built the Aso Rock. It's like saying that what is it called? Minister of FCT built Aso Rock. Exactly like something of that nature. I built my imagination to hear such a thing. And we all know the fact that as at the time Obi was governor of Anambra State.
That's why I bust my bubble when I love that. This one 1 kilo.
You know what baffles me? A governor that claimed with his own mouth that he don't see the value of time. He will leave his seat to go and buy fuel at the filling station. Just because probably the guy they will have sent to steal 2,000 naira or 5,000 naira. He believes his time as at that time that he wastes is not worth 5,000 naira. How can such a governor perform?
Those are the story tell us. So want to tell you that we will go to a filling station and bring money out of his pocket.
He said it with his mouth now. A man that believes that to monitor fuel is more important than governance in the state.
Maybe a month. Maybe
period and he served.
Maybe a month. Maybe a month they will give you 1 million naira.
3 years. In a perform.
Sorry, but maybe a month now. Maybe a month they will send you a voucher of 1 million naira that the fuel for your entourage is 1 million naira. Maybe that fuel may be 700 or 800 because of that 200. So you not be putting money in your pocket. How many fuel? Put 1,000, put 200 for this one, put 300 for this one, 1,600, 2,000. Nah. They should stop lying to us. Sell something that we can buy. Not people like we again. We have sold it in the during the election. Fine. We didn't regret it, but don't come and be selling to us again. When you see us, you have to cheat your sword. When you see people where you don't know you, you talk to them for streets. God, they tell that one to us now, up to bed. I see Black League. I see Black League there. Black League, you know, come on. And Mr. J, sorry, I don't know if you want to contribute to. We just dominate everything.
No, not you know,
Sorry, sir. Sorry, Domo, sir. Domo. You forget to greet you, sir. Sorry, Domo.
Nigeria wahala, it get as a big.
Well,
yeah, you know, the issue is that we are even thinking, sorry, we are expecting too much from Bola Tinubu because he did not even give us any manifesto.
No promise.
During the electionary campaign, he refused to partake in presidential debates. He did not tell us what he's going to do. So I think we are even asking for too much from the man. That's just how I see it. All the politicians, none gave us a clear-cut manifesto of what they are going to do. So why are we complaining?
You know why me I don't believe all this all this manifesto. You know why I don't believe them. Because you will see somebody that is preparing for a journey. He cannot just he say a journey of a man. He start with where I don't know the way they okay. People you are preparing, you want to be a president or you want to be a governor. After you have declared to be a governor, all the whole mainstream media will not be asking you where's your manifesto. Everybody will be asking you. You don't start composing manifesto, bringing some professor. So you don't have a plan before you are coming.
Look, in fact, I cannot overemphasize what Awolowo did. Before Awolowo faced us, he gave us his 4 cardinal programs. He said, I cannot do everything, but these are the main things I'm going to do, but that does not mean I will neglect others. I will try my best, but for these 4, I will surely do it. And out of the 4, he successfully executed 2. That is free education and free medical services. You get the point? And he breaks them down in fine details so that we have no cause to doubt him. No other politician before him and after him has done such a thing. That is what I call manifesto. So we are
they'll go and write parts of professor, write one English that even common man, not even the Nigeria, they can even understand. They will go to television, read just 1 or 2 things inside. All of them will start parading with that statement all over the social media. They can't go to the rural area and tell them when they come to states for campaign, either I want to dance, either I'm 55 years, those people are old years, that is only what will be here. You don't understand? Rubbish. They can't even tell you this state, you have 100 people out of school, you have this thing, we are going to bring social events, you are going to bring, no, cannot hear anything. Other, I want to dance, or they start building themselves in campaign ground, everything finished. They can't even come to, even if they come to what they call it, town hall meeting, the people that are supposed to even ask them vital question and select people to be asking them from different states or different senatorial district, they will pack people and people they arrange for themselves, start asking irrelevant questions. How will you fight that pop? Is that the only thing? Why can't you ask the security? They will see the other one. How will you fight Boko Haram when they see a Northerner? Is that what you're supposed to ask them? Ask them insecurity. Insecurity is everywhere in Nigeria. They want to label it to one side. If you are able, they still be asking a pipe up. Is that the problem they're supposed to come and ask it down? Asking about the insecurity in Nigeria. Is it only artists that have insecurity? All over Nigeria have insecurity. If they see article, they want to ask it about they don't even ask article about Boko Haram. They didn't even ask Tinubu about the Yoruba nation. They didn't even ask. It's only Obi that were facing hype up. They want to bring that one out of his mouth. You see, even all of them are our problem. All this mystery arise, all of them are about the problem of Nigeria. Then we know us. People will come. Look at Dino Melai, what he did. Just come there and cause chaos in town hall meeting. They will never want you to understand, to have anything. Even those who said they are PhD, they are master, they are intellectual, they went to Harvard, that is that town hall meeting. They will never have all of their bias. They can never have critical question. Choose people from the 774 local government. Let them be there. Everybody be asking different or 30 people for 30 questions. No, they will be asking this one. Okay, so, the other man, Kwakwaso, he said he read engineer in water resources. They didn't ask him, how are you going to do about what they asked him about what is the name, flood. He didn't even to answer it. Huh? Thank you, Nigeria better go outside. People that they even have an opportunity to ask them question, can they even have vital issue. What is the problem of Nigeria? Are they going to increase this inflation? No, they will not ask. Are they going to bring food security to Nigeria? They will not ask them. Eh? They will just go there, say anything. I don't want to give my answer. Tinubu say I don't want to give my answer because I'm the first one. I don't want them to spy me. Since he came now, use that answer for us now. No way. Because those people who are there cannot ask them question. I don't know if they are afraid, if they are their paymaster. I don't know.
They are not afraid. You can only ask what you know. I mean, anyway, as I've always said, I've lost confidence in the country. Nigeria is beyond redemption. Nobody. Okay,
the manifesto they share like Tinubu share. Why are the mainstream media not telling you? You promise us insecurity. They promise us forest guard. Why are they not hammering on that one? They don't even, nobody even read. Everyone has just finished. Throw up for dustbin, trash it. Let's move on.
In those days, whenever I ask them on TV program, what are your manifestos? Oh, they say, go and read our website. Everything is there. How many Nigerians have access to the internet?
That's what I'm saying, partner. That's what I'm trying to say. They will just take one out of it. They will, all of them, all the old campaign council, all of them, they will be running with that one. Be arguing. When you want to ask the question, they turn it to fight on studio. They will start fighting. And those same people are in the cabinet of the president today. I don't know why you can bring campaign people that campaign with you. Go. You are talk, political talk. When it comes to governance, different thing. So you put the same people that try. I don't understand Nigeria. We are not serious. Even the mainstream media that have constitutional right to hold government accountable, they can't even hold them accountable. Because everybody want money from Aso Rock. Because all of them are there. They're inside the Aso Rock there. Arise is there. TVC is there. China is there. So what do you want them to ask? For them to maybe they are fighting for 1 or 2 contracts. They have to report what will be here. They will tell you, go and read manifesto. How many people will now have access to internet? Even if he doesn't have access to internet, how many people will now be going and be looking for manifesto to download? To go and be reading his house.
Anyway, 5 days from now, let's see how the demonstration will look like. Just 5 days.
All those demonstrations, I don't believe that one. All those people should go and demonstrate if they want to demonstrate their state. All the state government is looting there. They are not doing anything.
I suggested that they should call it off because they're supposed not to give government.
You want to protest, you give dates. You want the dates. No, if I want to even baffle me, you want to protest, you give dates. Then you give dates, you are telling you title a day of range. Anarchy. So government will not fold their hand, waiting for you what to do. You will not be saying, no, it's a peaceful protest. Peaceful protest. You are writing to the FCT minister that they should give you Go Square. You want to use Go Square, provide everything, provide toilets, lights, everything. That they should remove the barricade that within the Eagle Square and Aso Rock. They should remove the barbed wire because in case people want to go to Aso Rock.
Anyway,
no protest can't be that one. You say it's not anarchy.
The country is finished. The country.
If we told those anger people. If they go into Aso Rock, they're not going to turn Aso Rock to party. I don't know. Even their demand is not even, you can't even see anything about it. It's worse on just anarchy everywhere. I don't understand. They should, all governors in the state are receiving allocation. They are receiving the allocation have been increased. Why are they not holding? Why are they, everybody? Let's hold that governor accountable. Nothing. You see the governor, they didn't even come out and say anything.
No,
all of them, all the old governor, the minister, senator, they are all jet out of the country since 4 days ago, I mean 3 days ago.
The whole of them.
Watch for 3 days ago. Freed up. All of them jet out of the country. Because the protester was telling them they want to replicate what happened in Kenya and you want them to wait for you. No.
It has been like that anyway.
See, I'm right on my street. You might be hearing noise. That is why I decided to mute myself. But I just have to contribute at this point. You see, concerning this protest, as far as I know, the protest is dead on arrival. And there's a way the Southerners used to celebrate the Northern youth as if they have the final says. Is this not the same Northern youth that have given Southeasterners many, what is it called? Many, sorry, sorry, there are a lot of noise around my area here. Is this not the same Northern youth that have given Southeasterners many ultimatums in the past? Or are there other ones? And above all, does that mean that there is no oppositions in the north that also gather some of their own guys to protest? Does that represent the entire north?
Anyway,
because when the guy was speaking as if because some group in the north engineer protest mean entire north, does that actually represent the entire north? Because I know one thing for sure: politics is about personal interest. Everyone in the north that are part of this government today, we want to protect their own interests. Just as everyone in the south that are part of this government, we want to protect their interests. And at the end of the day, you realize that with this ultimatum that the government already got in, they are already planning on what to do. It's just that the noise is coming from the opposition, but you're not hearing the side of the government. I believe that very day, what will happen? There will be two groups opposing government and supporters of government. At the end of the day, police will just come and disperse everybody. That they don't want anarchy. That is all. I have lived in Nigeria too long to understand that this particular protest that they are discussing about have already been tribalized already, politicalized already. So for that reason, even those that will have support the protest earlier are already thinking otherwise. They already start thinking, this is our own, we can't go against him. This is our own, we can't go against him. Now it's so tribe against so tribe, so party against so party. On that day, it's very interesting anyway. I'm here in Lagos.
Anyway, are you sure the opposition parties are involved? But when we say opposition, we mean PDP, what's it called, Labour Party, Kwankwaso, and are they involved in this demonstration?
But you said the protest is
sponsored. Every protest is sponsored. The sponsors may not come out. Every protest, as far as
the security agent have frozen some account yesterday of a movement movement called Take It Back. They are frozen the account yesterday, UBA account. They are frozen it. They froze it yesterday because they said they are being sponsored. Bodies, so they are beginning to they are arresting a lot of people. Even
NSTAS was sponsored. For people, about 1,000 people eating 2 telescopes.
People, you know why I know this thing. There is a lot of criminality in this side. Look at people they say they want to protest for hunger. They are selling T-shirts for 6,000 naira. Protest T-shirt for 6,000 to people. So if I have 6,000, why am I going to protest for hunger again? Yeah. T-shirt 6,000. Go and see their T-shirt for the T-shirt will be on a protest day. 6,000. So like 6,000. They said it's 100% cotton. It's made in India. So yeah, you are telling me it's not sponsored. So you don't make within 1 month you have imported.
Okay, you want to protest for hunger in Nigeria, and you are giving the job to Indians to produce.
Now you want to tell us we see, and you are giving us, you are giving the federal government demand.
Giving Indians
that they should
the job on our own expense. If they are not government, what will they not do?
You're giving India the.
What stopped them from building that T-shirt in Aba?
No, they want quality. They want to sell it 6,000. So people that will come up will be buying T-shirts 6,000. Everybody use Nigeria, use all of us to make money. That's why those who will agitate, they will use everybody to make money. Those who are on social media, they will use it to make money. Those who are on grant will use it to make money. Look at Tensa, people use it to talk to millionaires. Look at the election, 2023 election, the obedient, people use it to talk to millionaires. Look at this one, they say Yoga Protect, people are not using it to talk to billionaires. That is the way of Nigeria. And the same way we blame people in power. When you give the opportunity to go there, they do times 10 of what they are complaining of. That is our character in Nigeria. Look at palliative. Palliative that government shared. See the video circulated since yesterday. That government share free. They now went and hide it, start recycling it in another bag. Entirely, there was caught yesterday in the warehouse. Palliative that was given free. They are now recycling it in another fresh bag, removing the federal government because its stamp is not for sale. Federal Government Republic of Nigeria, the stamp is on it. So they are now recycling it, pouring it in another bag, taking it, selling to trader to take it to market to sell and become millionaire. That is the kind of country we are.
The country has collapsed. You see, we are just waiting for the official acknowledgement of the collapse of the country. It might happen now, it might happen sometime in the future. Nigeria is beyond redemption. Nobody can redeem that country. That's just it. Nobody.
Everybody knows that I'm not a fan of Sowore, but I believe among us, maybe we may have his fan here. There's a question I want to ask. And this question, the answer will be proven if he's one of them or not. Sowore have what is it called? Registered his company. His party now. I think it's over 10 years. Has he ever given account of what come in and how they spend it? Because a man that want to prove that he want to be accountable to people should be accountable to his party first, as an evidence that if you give him a bigger assignment, he will be more upright. If he cannot be upright with his party that he formed, one, it's bad that he's the owner of the party and he's the only presidential candidate ever since the party was formed. Second, we've never had one day that this is the account of the party. This is what comes in. This is what they have spent, and this is what remains. That would have been an evidence that if we put him there as president tomorrow, he will be accountable to us. I just want to be sure that I'm not wrong. That is why I throw the question.
No, I think I heard somebody. On YouTube, they gave account of how much they received, how much they spent. Yeah, I think, I'm not very sure. Yes, there's something like that. But the reason why is only the presidential candidate, I will not be able to answer that question. I'm not a member of any political party or association in Nigeria. So I think they gave account of how much they received and how much they spent. They are in working agreement with PROP, Aminu Kano faction. I think there was a time they were discussing something like that. I think I'm not 100% certain, but I think they have done it. So that's just it. But one good thing about him is his consistency. He has been very, very consistent. Although Bola Tinubu was very consistent in this pro-democracy movement, but he has come to power, and we are all seeing what he's up to. So I'm not saying Sowore will be like him or he will not be like him, because we're all human beings. So that's just it. Mr. Triumph said Nigeria will never collapse. But the country has already collapsed, because if you know what this country used to be, how this country was run in the days of Yakubu Gowon, throughout the Civil War period and after the Civil War till July 29, 1975, when that government was overthrown, compare it to what it is now. My friend, take it or leave it. Nigeria is no longer in existence. Nigeria is kaput. Nigeria is finished. We can never go back or return to those good old days. Kulata said government should run commodity boards to subsidize the produce. The country should first of all be reorganized. The country is not properly run. The judiciary is completely hopeless. The electoral body is completely hopeless. If those two institutions are not properly fixed, just forget it. If you set up the commodity board and there's colossal corruption, what happens?
Wait, is there's
no judiciary to take, but you see, the judicial arm of government of the country is the root cause of the whole problem. If a head of state in Israel, for example, happened to commit an offense, like Netanyahu, while I was there, the police, Israeli police, had cause to summon Netanyahu, although it was after his presidency, his prime ministership, to come and answer questions, allegations of bribery and corruption while he was in government. The judiciary in Nigeria is completely hopeless. This is the root cause of the whole problem we are grappling with. So that's just it.
So there's something I don't understand about this commodity board we are talking about. Is it that once I've been hearing it, I keep laughing? Is it that government will now start telling people that buy market that this is how much you should sell?
No,
because, like for example, now I buy something of 10,000 naira. Will government now come and tell that I should sell it 9,000?
No, you are talking of what's it called? Price control. That is what you are referring to. I think during the military era, if I'm not mistaken, there was price control. That, for example, let's say Guinness is produced in Lagos. Now, within Lagos, they fix the price. Because of transportation costs, the price in Lagos and Sokoto cannot be the same. So they will fix it. The government determines the price in each, I don't know the right word to use. Let's say in each state, for example. So if, let's say, they import sugar, because government gave you import license and gave you tax waiver, government will tell you how much you are going to sell it between this and this. So any trader who happen to exceed it is committing an offense. But the problem is that it leads to scarcity, what they call black market. When people buy it en bloc, they go hide it. It's only people they trust that they sell it to, and that also increases the prices of commodity. So in a free market economy, demand and supply are supposed to determine the price. As long as you're introducing price control, you are looking for trouble. That's just how it is. No, is it meaning stable? You see, all the economic systems of the world are inherently corrupt. Be it the socialist system in Russia, the communist system in China, capitalist system in America, what we are operating in Nigeria, everywhere in the world. All political systems, economic systems, inherently, corruption is embedded into it. But it is the duty of government to regulate these things, particularly with the help of judicial system. In the case of Nigeria, we no longer have judiciary. So this is it, my friend. Well, Kulata, the government are designed to be inefficient. But it depends on the type of government. During the military dispensation, I agree there were corrupt men among them. But again, they were more humane than the kind of government we are running today. I remember during Yakubu Gowon's time, I think it was immediately after the Civil War, in order to improve the condition of workers in the country, they established what they call Simeon Adebo Salary Review Commission. They increased worker salaries across board. It got to a point again, the industries were finding it difficult to sell their goods because workers don't have enough money to buy goods. So they set up the Jerome Udoji Commission Salary Review Commission. Jerome Udoji Salary Review Commission. When they reviewed the salaries, it was, what's it called, bonanza to the industry. They even overproduced. We started exporting a lot of commodities to West African countries. I still remember vividly in those days. So government are not designed to be inefficient. If you have strong men controlling the government, they know exactly what to do. But I must admit that it was the presence of Chief Obafemi Awolowo that made that government of Yakubu Gowon to succeed, because he was the Minister of Finance and Vice Chairman of Federal Economic Council or Executive Council, I can't remember. Anyway, his influence in government was very strong. So he was able to give Yakubu Gowon a very clear direction of where the government should head. That is it. So it's not all governments actually that are designed to be inefficient. You can make commodity boards transparent. It depends on the kind. Look, for example, take the present Bola Tinubu's administration. He's sending palliatives out, but are the palliatives getting to the people? The answer is no. How can he make commodity to be efficient, be transparent, when the government itself is not transparent? Muhammadu Buhari's government during what we call COVID, a lot of COVID materials were sent to all the states, but his government was not transparent. So the state governors were also, what was the opposite of transparent? Opaque. So that is just it. Everything centers on the government. If the government is transparent, everything will fall in place. So that's just it. No, it's not true that Yakubu Gowon didn't know what to do with money. It is true. He said that money is not the problem, that what to do with it is the problem. But again, no, take it easy. Let me deal with it one by one. The questions are coming too rapidly. You didn't know what to do with money. The problem is this. During Yakubu Gowon's time, we had a governor in Bende State, I mentioned earlier on, called Ogbemodia. Mobolaji Johnson was in Lagos. Oluwole Rotimi, if I still remember, was in the West. Now, while this administration was, going, what's it called? While they were administering the country, Ogbemodia excelled in Midwest. If it is true that they don't know what to do with money, how was Ogbemodia, able to do what no other governor has done in the history of Nigeria? Maybe his only rival, I'm not very sure, is Lateef Jakonde of Lagos. I don't know which of the two is more efficient. Lateef Jakonde was, I think, in Shagari's time. But in the military dispensation, no governor anywhere in Nigeria rivaled Ogbemodia. If it is true that they don't know what to do with money, why is it that Ogbemodia knew what to do with money? So that is it, my friend. Yeah, immediately after Yakubu Gowon, we had Operation Feed the Nation. Remember, Awolowo was not part of Obasanjo's government. OFN was Obasanjo's government. Actually, people refer to OFN as Obasanjo finished Naira. There was colossal waste in Obasanjo's government. Thank you for asking this question. It is not all military governments that are responsible. Please take it from me. When I talk of responsible military government, I think I can only single out two, Yakubu Gowon and Murtala Mohammed. Unfortunately, Murtala Mohammed's administration was only 6 months. I do not know what it would have become after that 6 months, frankly speaking. Maybe it would have been worse, it could have been better, it would have been the same as when he left. I frankly do not know. But as for Yakubu Gowon, I witnessed his government in primary school and in high school. He was in power for 8 years. I was able to understand the workings of government at that time. So Operation Feed the Nation, you are correct, was an unmitigated disaster, colossal waste of scarce resources. I agree with you. But that was not Yakubu Gowon's government, it was Obasanjo's government. I wish you can come online, Mr. Kuluta, it will have been better. Kulata, are you there? Mr. Kulata, are you there? Okay, Mr. Ovie is offline. I have to sign out and go and do some other things. So, Mr. Kulata, good night from the Gambia. It's already 7 o'clock over here. I wish you a good night rest. Thank you so much.
Hello, Paul. You see there? Manovers.